Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Grind News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations for getting here early, and congratulations to Roselle over on Facebook for being the first comment of the day, baby. Woo! Okay, you might notice our countdown timer isn't working today. That's okay, we're just gonna wing it. We're probably gonna get the show started in just about a minute here, let some people filter in. But while we wait, I want to remind you, follow us in multiple locations. Thank you to all of the YouTube followers, to the new backup channel over at youtube.com/CanaryCry News Talk. But you should also follow us over on Twitch and Rumble and Odyssey, etc., etc. DLive, don't forget DLive. That's one of the best ways to make sure you never miss a show. On top of that, make sure to subscribe to the podcast version of the show. It's very important. It's the least censorable way to hear the show. It doesn't go live, but if you miss a live show, that is a great way to just turn it on later in the day. Pop it on, listen to your good buddies Basil and Gons while you're vacuuming the floors or whatever. So go ahead and do that. But you can find all the fun links, including joining the newsletter, which we will be sending out all of the show notes for this entire week to the newsletter recipients, as well as becoming a producer. You can find all that stuff over at CanaryCry.Party. That's right, CanaryCry.Party. It's a real URL. Go check it out. Thank you very much. And as usual, make sure to stay hydrated and buckle your seatbelts, folks. Let's get it going.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is September 3rd, 2021. This is episode 384. And today, Déjà Moo. Razzle Dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gons, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And welcome to another episode, live. All of this is always recorded live, which is
live to
bad.
Tape, baby.
It's good and bad and scary sometimes.
Are you okay? Is there a risk we are posing today to ourselves and the public?
There's a risk every time we go live. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, I do want to give kudos to the podcast listeners because, they don't get it live. Now, they do get the show the same day it comes out. Mm-hmm. And, I think that there's a special vibe that comes even to the podcast listeners that, it adds an extra, I don't know, excitement, je ne sais quoi, to listening to the show, knowing that it was once live. And we do almost no editing for the podcast listeners. So you get all the excitement of tech problems and, I don't know, cats and babies and things like that pop up once in a while during the live show.
Yeah.
Gons, do you have anything you want to start out the show with?
Well, nothing personal, but I will say, you got something?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I need to send out a secret message to some potential listeners. I don't know if they listen, but if they do, listen up. Listen up to Randy and Bob. Randy and Bob. I don't know if you're listeners. You're the type of people who would listen. We came in contact the other day, and this is not for a Randy or a Bob. It is for Randy and Bob. You know who you are. And if you are listeners to the show, you know the situation. And we met the other day, and I need you to reach out to CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com, CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com as soon as you can. It's very important. This is going out to Randy and Bob. If you know a Randy and Bob, maybe they don't listen to the show, but maybe you know a couple of dudes named Randy and Bob, and they're making some moves, and I need you to get me in contact with them. Thank you very much. This message is for Randy and Bob. I hope to hear from you. I'm just desperate, Gons. Yeah, sometimes you just got to use everything at your disposal. And I don't know if this message will make it to Randy and Bob, but Randy and Bob, it's me. Send me an email, CanaryCry.Radio@gmail.com. Okay, secret message over.
This is very weird.
I got to do what I got to do, man.
I guess.
I got to talk to Randy and Bob.
Okay. All right, relax.
No. There's no relaxing. Randy and Bob. Randy, Bob. Okay.
Okay. Are you done? I'm just waiting for you to.
Oh, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just filling airtime now.
Okay.
What do you got?
I got nothing. I got nothing.
You got something better than a secret message to Randy and Bob?
Yeah, actually I do. Bitcoin go to moon. Because according to Fidelity, Bitcoin is going to be $1 billion, Basil.
Billions.
By the year 2038.
Yeah, I saw this report. This is funny. I mean, 2038 is pretty far out there.
No, it's a while from now.
17, almost 16 years out. I mean, heck. If you go with that trajectory, I don't even need to wait till 2038. By 2030, we should be at 500 million or something at least. Fidelity, what are you doing?
I don't know what the deal is, Fidelity.
A lot of people give Bitcoin bros a lot of guff for having sort of pie in the sky expectations for Bitcoin. You don't even need YouTube Bitcoin bros to get you hyped up. Fidelity, one of the largest financial product providers in the world, is hyping up Bitcoin.
Yeah, that would mean that Bitcoin will be worth something like $20 quadrillion.
You mean all of the Bitcoin together?
All of Bitcoin together will be $20 quadrillion.
More money than exists right now.
Quadrillion sounds like a fake number. But
there's all that talk about the I forget what the actual name for it. You know how there was what is the name? There's two names for it. It's like Nicera and Gesera.
Yeah, Nicera Gesera. Yeah, the hidden money,
quadrillion dollars.
Yeah, the hidden money by Saint Germain.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. To be paid out by the people. Maybe Bitcoin is Gesera and Nicera.
There's been theories about that.
Oh, okay.
But also, I think what they're not telling us in this Bitcoin may be worth $1 billion is that a tank of gas is going to be like $4 million. I
was going to say, I think this says more about inflation expected in the next 17 years. Oh, maybe it's a mix of both. Who knows? But yeah, right. Maybe $1 billion won't be. Maybe $1 billion will just be more like $1 million, in 17 years. Oh, boring. $1 million. How does that help anybody?
Dr. Evil is right.
Billions?
Okay, well that's okay. I thought it was fun to start.
Is that how you spent your morning clipping the word billions?
We've had that for a while. I think you were gone when we actually did it because it was Bill Gates talking about billions.
Billions.
Mm-hmm. He laughed about it. Billions.
It's hilarious,
billions.
Gates.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at funny jokes.
Yeah, I know. The other thing, real quickly here, just an update. This is CNBC. FAA grounds Virgin Galactics spacecraft during investigation of Branson flight issues. So apparently, we remember when Branson went to space.
We remember Branson.
I'm air quoting for people just listening.
So hip, Gons.
Apparently, during the flight, Spaceship Two, which was the thing they were riding, deviated from air traffic control clearance, and it was for I think like 1 minute and 41 seconds. and that violates the FAA. So
his actual space flight was off book, off script.
Yeah. So he's getting investigated, and they're saying that you can't have that if it's going to be a commercial flight for normal citizens.
Yeah, you gotta follow the rules.
Can't be going off course, Branson. So this is actually probably a hit job by Bezos and company. Shooting some directed energy lasers or something at them. Hell, just hit him off course. All right. So that's there's a lot of billions in the intro here. $1 billion Bitcoin, billionaires shooting lasers in space.
I might actually be able to afford a flight to space if Bitcoin hits $1 billion.
Okay.
All right. Well, it's time for a Flippy update.
Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Hold on.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
All right, folks, it's time for the Flippy update. Flippy, if you don't know, is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, this is coming from the New York Post. The headline: "This is why you feel queasy making eye contact with a robot." Dun, dun, dun. Have you ever made eye contact with a robot?
I think I've probably done some eye contact with some animatronic type of machines.
Yeah, Disneyland or Chuck E. Cheese was kind of the only thing I could think of. I don't remember feeling queasy, but you do stare into the eyes of old Chuck while he's playing the guitar on stage. Something is not quite right. Well, this comes at an apt time for Chuck E. Cheese fans. It says this: "It has long been known that making eye contact with a robot can be an unsettling experience." It's long been known, Guns. This piece of common knowledge everybody knows. Scientists even have a name for the queasy feeling: the uncanny valley. Now, thanks to researchers in Italy, we also know it's more than a feeling.
Wow, more than a feeling. Some Boston.
Yeah. What? Yeah. A team at the Istituto Italiano di Tecnologia in Genoa have shown how a robot's gaze can trick us into thinking we are socially interacting and slow our ability to make decisions. Quote, "Gaze is an extremely important social signal that we employ on a day-to-day basis when interacting with others," said Professor Agnieszka Wojciechowska, lead author of the research published on Wednesday in the journal Science Robotics. Quote, "The question is whether the robot gaze will evoke very similar mechanisms in the human brain as another human's gaze would." The team asked 40 volunteers to play a video game of chicken, where each player has to decide whether to allow a car to drive straight towards another car or to deviate to avoid a collision against a humanoid robot sitting opposite them. Between rounds, players had to look at the robot, which would sometimes look back and other times look away. In each scenario, the scientists collected data on behavior and neural activity via electroencephalography, EEG, which detects electrical activity in the brain. Quote, "Our results show that actually the human brain processes the robot gaze as a social signal, and that signal has an impact on the way we're making decisions, on the strategies we deploy in the game, and also on our responses," Wojciechowska said. Quote, "The mutual gaze of the robot affected decisions by delaying them, so humans were much slower to make the decisions in the game. The findings have implications on where and how humanoid robots are deployed in the future." Quote, "Once we understand when robots elicit social attunement, then we can decide which sort of context," I think that's supposed to be then we can decide in which sort of context is desirable and beneficial for humans and in which context this should not occur, said Wachowska. According to a report by the International Federation of Robots, worldwide sales of professional service robots had already jumped 32%, so close, to 11.2 billion between 2018 and 2019. So, Gons, I don't know if you remember, but it was quite a while ago, sometime last year, I talked about the gaze and the robot gaze, and it's coming back in to play with this research here. Of course, the gaze of another human, the act of being seen or being watched affects human beings. And of course, we all know looking at robots is terrifying, looking at them right in the eye. But what they found in this research is that the gaze of a robot, a fake eyeball pointed in your direction, is a very strong social engineering tool. And they basically admit it in the second half of this article, that we can use the robot gaze. We can choose where to put robots looking at you or not in order to affect your behavior. And as we move into the future where robots are going to be, more frequently contacted in your daily life, watch out, because the act of this robot looking at you or not looking at you, we need to keep this in mind now. We need to instill it in ourselves and our children that if a robot's looking at you, it is specifically designed to change your behavior. I mean, talk about the sort of panopticon and robot overlords making sure we behave correctly. Now they're using this robot gaze to get into our heads.
Yes. And I just want to clarify, because there's people in the chat, they're like, oh, gaze like G-A-Z-E,
robot gaze.
Not gaze like...
funny little rascals is what they're doing, you little silly gooses in the chat. We know what we're talking about, but who knows? The robot gaze might also be used to socially engineer the public. You don't know. We don't know. That's the point.
Yeah.
But the research is not clear on the robot gaze.
Well, it's interesting.
LGBTQ robots.
It's interesting, too, because we were taught, at least I was growing up, that, it's not polite to stare, and that's, I think, the feeling in terms of, for me, I'm trying to recall staring into some animatronic eyeball, because I've done it. I've definitely done it in the years since, we started looking at this stuff. If we're at a theme park or I don't know, just some random place where we see robots, or humanoid robots in a sense. I will look at their eyes and kind of go, because, I want to confront the demon that is behind the plastic and call him out, in the name of Jesus. And I want to see the robot crumble to its parts, the plastic start melting or whatever. But that's the feeling I got, like, oh, it's not polite to stare, and then the thought of, well, the robots don't know that. They don't know that it's impolite unless they're programmed to understand that it is impolite to stare. But yeah, this article is interesting that it highlights this behavioral modification aspect of it, and that's totally part of the surveillance world.
It's the whole point. I mean, that's the scary part about it, is you think about, oh, well, the robot can look at you. You think, oh, it's so we feel comfortable with the robot or whatever. It mimics some sort of social interaction, especially when you put it in context of Grace, the nursing robot. That is a humanoid, has humanoid eyes, and is, part of what they're saying is that, oh, this will help patients feel like they had a social connection. Yeah. Well, this research shows that in some way, this nursing robot looking into your eyes will technically trigger some sort of social interaction in your brain. That does not mean that it's a friendly one or makes you feel comfortable. There's negative social interactions. Yeah. Which, that's kind of what they're pointing out, the uncanny valley here. But I think it's very interesting because this is a very, I talked about the robot gaze in more of like a philosophical context. The gaze is a very explored sort of philosophy concept, but they are applying that to social sciences, social engineering, and inevitably social control. So don't be surprised, folks. You know, we make a lot of jokes about googly eyes around here. Don't be surprised that if these robots become more readily available, that they will all come equipped with big human googly eyes that you can stare right into, and no longer is it just going to be, you know, sensors and cameras, but actual little robot eyeballs staring back at you.
Yeah, and just for a review, if anybody is unfamiliar with the idea of a panopticon, it's basically a prison system where there's a central tower, and I'll show an image to for anyone watching the screen here. There's a central tower that is basically able to, using a gun, shoot in a 360-degree angle there any of the inmates that are in cells that are surrounding the tower, and the prisoners within the cells don't know if they're being looked at or not. And so their behavior changes because... Yeah,
it's the concept of
policing
am I
yourself.
being watched? I don't know if I'm being watched. I could be being watched, so I'll just act as if I am being watched.
Right. And that is, it's supposed to create this sense of policing yourself. That, I better behave because I don't know when... You know, the eye of Sauron will gaze upon me, right. But then, you know, again, it's got a similar thing, but the direct effect when you're actually talking about, you know, robot eyes staring right at you.
Well, that's the interesting thing too. I mean, if you're aware of robots, again, imagine a robot that is not humanoid, does not have two glass eyes, but has like one big video camera for a head. Right. You watch that look back and forth. You see it looking at you. It doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah. Well, the virtual panopticon, which was talked about by the Collins brothers in their book, The Scientific Dictatorship,
and is our current reality.
Right. Yes, very much so. They wrote it in like 2005 or something. They use the panopticon, and they call it a virtual panopticon because they use the panopticon prison system as the analogy, the example, as sort of the, you know, what's happening in society through technology and everything else. But it's not a literal panopticon. It's a virtual one where the eyes are everywhere. Every camera is an eye, you know, so they extend that out. But, more deliberate.
And specifically with current events, you think about the NSA. The NSA was and probably still is scooping up every piece of data that you do on the internet. Now, that doesn't mean that there's a human being reading every piece of code that is being surveilled about you, but it does exist. So it is this, I mean, almost literal virtual panopticon where, you know, maybe nobody's looking at your internet history now, but at any moment somebody could. So you act as if they already are. Now, one thing I do kind of want to point out, because there's the potential for people to miss the point, is that these eyeballs are not cameras. These are not the sensors that are perceiving you. It's just a glass eyeball. Like it's not a camera. It is the illusion of the robot looking at you. And yes, these robots will have all sorts of sensors, from LiDAR to radar to thermal sensors to all sorts of scanning technologies, including optical cameras that, yes, will be looking at everything all the time. That's how they exist. But it is not the same as an actual pair of humanoid eyeballs looking at you. That's not even meant to observe you. It is to make you feel observed, even if you are not being observed. Similar to Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland. I love Pirates of the Caribbean. It's been years since I've been there, but I remember being a kid. Pirates of the Caribbean was the coolest ride because you get to see the pirates, you get to see the fire. It's all fun and games. But there would be an occasion as you're floating through the Pirates of the Caribbean where you are just in the perfect spot at the perfect time when one of these animatronic robots just meets eyes with you. Now, those Disney robots, they don't have sensors. They're not built to take input of any kind. They're just animatrons
that we know of.
They're just moving robot, just not even robots, really. They're just moving pieces they're appliances, basically. But when one of these appliances with humanoid robots would meet your gaze in this Pirates of the Caribbean ride, it was very unsettling. And these are not even robots designed to perceive anything. They're just toasters, basically. Toasters with eyeballs. Especially
the one that sits on top of the bridge as you go under it. He's got a gun and like a bottle, and his eyes are going in all directions, but then he'll look right at you, and it's like, oh no, don't shoot me with that wooden gun. Yeah. And later on, they added the Captain Jack Sparrow at the end of the ride, which is, got a lot of news because it's like the most realistic animatron they've ever made. And it was all in the eyes, because that's kind of Jack Sparrow's thing. The whole character happens in his crazy eyeballs. And they just nailed it on this animatron, and people could not tell if it was the real Jack Sparrow or not. You can whatever his name is. The auditory experience made it obvious that it was not the real
What do you mean the auditory experience?
Never mind.
Guns, we get it. You're a big, brave boy who was not scared in Pirates of the Caribbean.
No.
And you're
just saying.
attuned. Whether or not you had this experience, it was a widespread experience. People thought that it was, what's his name? Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
had snuck in and was pretending to do that. Newsflash, he never did. People just thought this animatronic thing was the actual Jack Sparrow because they did a great job. And you really only saw his head just with his eyeballs looking all crazy, looking around. But that's besides the point. The point is that they are using these robots and the robot gaze in order to create a mental prison for their human interactors.
Okay. All right. Well, I had a secondary flippy for you, and I just thought it would be important to point out. This is according to TheVerge.com. The headline here: the time a human-driven car ran over an autonomous robot. And there's a video footage of this. And if you're just listening, it's okay. Just a warning. This is robot violence or violence against robots. You will hear, this is like a 7-second TikTok video. You will hear the moment that one of these robot delivery things, I don't know what they're called.
These are the little 6-wheeled ones that are showing up on college campuses.
Yes,
and
delivering
food. In Austin or something.
Yeah. So here's the video here. That crunch was the moment the car.
It sounded like there was a scream.
Well, that's the person filming. But yeah, it was. This is violence against robots. We can't have this.
Now imagine this rolling delivery robot had 2 big googly eyes on it. I think this is part of the point. They're just going to start sticking eyeballs on all the robots because it's going to meet the gaze of the driver and make the driver feel some sort of hesitation to go ahead and smash right into it.
I don't even think the car saw this robot, to be honest with you.
I don't think so either. This robot looked as if it was sort of running a red light, and this car was taking a right turn and just clipped it.
I'd be very upset if my pizza order was in this machine.
Yeah.
Robot delivery thing.
Yeah, sorry, your pizza's been hit by a car. There's going to be a little bit of a delay.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's that. Fun times.
Look, I'm telling you, man, I started using these big googly eyes just sort of out of necessity, but I think it was more prophetic than everybody was expecting.
Yeah. Real quick here, this is just an update, a 666 update from last episode.
Okay.
666.
Kind of an addendum here. We saw the headlines the last episode with 666 new laws in Texas. And the one that really got people's attention was the abortion law. And the Daily Caller headline here, Texas Taliban abortion law is as bad as literal terrorists, according to liberal activists. And I saw that on Twitter, that Texas Taliban was trending.
According to liberal activists is like the
well, it's a Daily
punchline of
Caller.
that whole thing.
It's a Daily Caller. What do you expect? Yeah. Well, let's look at some other headlines. This is The Guardian talking about it. The Guardian's headline, most extreme abortion law in U.S. takes effect in Texas.
Extreme.
Is it really that extreme? I don't think it's an extreme abortion law.
Well, yeah. I mean, it is the most pro-life friendly law, I think,
since abortions became legal, I suppose. Yeah. And then Los Angeles Times also, letters to the editor with Texas abortion ban. Who are Americans to judge the Taliban? Seriously, come on.
The comparisons are pretty extreme.
That's funny.
And I haven't read through the whole thing. I think the biggest thing is that there's no abortions after 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's funny because it's like, well, you can still get abortions.
Yeah.
It's just not once the thing has a heartbeat.
Yeah, the heartbeat is and that's what's weird because it makes these people look so terrible. They're like, oh, it just has a heartbeat. It's not a real person yet. And it's
just
like, well,
let us kill babies, okay? It's no.
I know.
Why
it's
are you
just
being
so bizarre.
so extreme by not letting us kill babies?
Yeah, and then to compare them to the Taliban is also a very interesting type of psyop there.
Oh, this is a very effective psychological operation.
And you want to hear what Biden, our hairy legs president, had to say about it?
Yes, I do want to mention comparing the Texas abortion ban to the Taliban is like the jokiest joke, credibility destroying comparison you could possibly make.
Yeah, it's a Babylon Bee headline that came to life.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
Here's Biden clutching onto his folder there, once again, holding it like a little teddy bear. This is the end of his press conference. And here's what he said.
I have continue to be a strong supporter of Roe v. Wade. Number one. And
number two,
the most pernicious thing about the Texas law is sort of creates a vigilante system where people get rewards to go out to, anyway.
What?
And it just seems...
him. He started quoting a headline from, oh my gosh, I had this story. I was going to bring it, but I cut it. He's quoting a headline from a news story.
Okay, let me look for it.
Texas abortion bill creates
vigilante system.
Vigilante
system. This is CBS News, the All-Seeing Eye Network, CBS. Yeah. Biden says Texas. Oh, this is actually quoting
he's
Biden.
Reporting on Biden.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the other way around.
I mean, vigilante system. What he's referring to is the fact that if you suspect somebody is aborting babies, you can report them. If that's a vigilante system, then the entire law system is vigilante system. It's
so
just
ridiculous.
A crazy thing to say.
He did. Go ahead.
I think he stopped himself.
No, he did. He did that. Yeah. Never mind. I mean,
he just realized that he had been told that, or somebody mentioned that, or he read that, or something, and he found himself just reading sort of the script that had been installed in his mind. He
keeps going here. Let's Anyway.
It just seems. I know this sounds ridiculous, almost un-American.
Huh?
What we're talking about.
It's un-American to kill babies. Babies.
Yeah, it's un-American to not kill babies.
To not kill babies, which, I mean, he kind of has a point if you consider the U.S. military-industrial complex's penchant for killing babies.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Not to debate about. I respect people who think who don't support Roe v. Wade. I respect their views. I respect them, those who believe life begins at the moment of conception and all. I respect that. Don't agree, but I respect that. I'm not going to impose that on people.
Does he respect that?
But what I was told, and I must tell you, I am not certain, I was told that there are possibilities within the existing law to have the Justice Department look and see whether are there things that can be done that can limit the independent action of individuals in enforcing a federal system, a state law. I don't know enough to give you an answer yet. I've asked that to be checked. Thank you all very much.
Yeah. So there it is.
I mean, exactly. He caught himself from saying too much because he doesn't know anything about it.
I know.
He's not thinking about it. He's only forced to respond because of the certain parts of his party. But he doesn't care. He doesn't really care. He's still trying to deal with the Afghanistan thing.
Well, speaking of which, it's interesting because, anytime Trump left a press conference, people would yell questions out. Mm-hmm. And they're doing that with Biden, too.
Update on the status of getting Americans out of Afghanistan.
Mr. President, what about booster shots? What about confusion about booster shots, sir?
Booster shots.
Booster shots, sir.
It doesn't even sound like he's actually asking a question. He just wants the, reporter soundbite. What about the booster shots, sir?
That's just the weirdest little clip of the reporters trying to squeeze in questions at the very end as Biden walks off podium there. But there you go.
I do want to take a second. In the interest of building bridges, I had an interesting conversation. This happened a while ago, but I just thought this is a good time to bring it up. I had a friend a long time ago. We reconnected last year, and we were just catching up. And he's like, "Oh, so what's going on?" I haven't seen him in years. And somehow it got to, of course, talking about politics and the pandemic and everything. And I mean, this guy is a hair's breadth away from official Antifa,
whoa,
actual Antifa person. I mean, I don't know, not whatever. He's just a very radical Democrat type of person.
Sure.
Oh, wow, interesting. And out of nowhere, he just asks me, and he knows me. He knows what I'm all about. Out of nowhere, he asks me but what do you think about abortion? I was like, what? He's like, this was really out of left field, and he knows what I think about abortion. It was strange for him to ask me this question. I was like, well, I don't like it. Don't like killing babies. And he was like, yeah, me neither. I think it's total BS. Abortion is the worst thing in the world. I'm like, what? You're radical Democrat person, yada, 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 but are militantly against abortion? What an interesting fellow you are. And it gave me a moment to just take a second, be like, wow, this guy, by all accounts, is total radical Democrat, but disagrees with the party's position on abortion. I don't know. It gave me hope that even someone who's locked into the narrative that much was able to think for himself on killing babies.
Well, imagine that. A complex human being with various different views.
I know. And as tempted as even we are on a daily basis doing this show to consider people locked into prescribed sets of beliefs across the board. It's just people are very complex. Even some of these crazy radical people are still people with complex views on things. So I don't know. It gave me hope for the world. He's
That's good.
Probably totally down with throwing bricks through windows of whatever. But
government buildings.
But totally, he's just as likely to, throw a brick through the window of an abortion clinic, apparently.
Yeah, well, that's good, I guess.
People are hard to pin down.
Well, that's
so
normal.
Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, everybody out there. Yeah. Not all is lost.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into some WACCINE.
WACCINE. WACCINE.
WACCINE.
A pandemic special.
Woo! Okay, folks, we're going to continue our theme here of checking on narrative A and narrative B. If this is your first time to the show, we do a lot of keeping up on the vaccine and the pandemic because that's, I don't know, the most important big thing going on in the world for the past year and a half. But we've noticed that there's been a split in the timeline of the mainstream narrative, where now where once the mainstream was a monolithic force pushing vaccines in the official narrative of if you're not vaxxed, you're a filthy animal, and we're going to vax everybody. And while we're at it, let's do some vax passports, and everything's perfectly safe. Don't worry about it. To, some actual legitimate mainstream reporting of questioning that narrative. Now, narrative A is sort of the normie, brainwashed sort of narrative, full steam ahead. If you don't have a Fauci tattoo, you're anti-science, et cetera, et cetera. And so we'll check in with that. And one of the big stories recently, we're taken from the National File today, and the headline is Pfizer is now developing a twice-per-day COVID pill that must be taken alongside vaccines. Now, we reported on the pills that they've been working on actually for a while. So this comes as no surprise to Canary Cry listeners, but the mainstream across the board was very surprised to hear that there was such a project going on. So let's check in. Now, I believe this National File, what's their deal? Who are they? It seems like what's their
bias?
Yeah, what's their bias? What are they coming from? Who are their advertisers? Who's on the board? Why don't you check that while I read this?
National File, founded in August 2019.
Okay.
Owned by Flyover Media. They are hyper-partisan right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there you go. We've got a hyper-partisan right thing. So this is going to probably lean actually in the narrative B side. Do we want to take a second and grab like the CNN article on this? Or
we
do we want to just go with this?
I mean, the story itself is. Let me see if I can find it here.
Yeah, take a look. I can start reading while you do that. Pharmaceutical mega corporation Pfizer is now developing a COVID pill that is meant to be taken alongside the COVID vaccines that have already made the company a staggering amount of money. The new pill is expected to be released by the end of the year and will be required to be taken twice per day. Quote, success against COVID-19 will likely require both vaccine and treatments, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla said on Wednesday. Quote, we're pleased to share we've started a phase 2 out of 3 study of our oral antiviral candidate specifically designed to combat SARS-CoV-2 in non-hospitalized low-risk adults. Pfizer also put out a press release the same week that proclaimed, if successful, the drug has the potential to address a significant unmet medical need, providing patients with a novel oral therapy that could be prescribed at the first sign of infection without requiring hospitalization. The company described the drug as an investigational, orally administered protease inhibitor antiviral therapy designed specifically to combat COVID-19 in non-hospitalized symptomatic adult participants who have a confirmed diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2 infection and are not at risk of progressing to severe illness, which may lead to hospitalization or death. Media corporations have already expressed excitement about the new pill, and Pfizer is so confident that the pill will be swiftly approved and mandated by governments that it has already started a production line before the end of the clinical trials. Other companies are also hard at work on COVID pills to be taken indefinitely, while governments and media corporations focus on COVID. In Singapore, a 16-year-old boy was ruled to be eligible for a $225,000 settlement this week after suffering a myocarditis cardiac arrest event that doctors ruled was likely in response to receiving his first dose of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. with the Ministry of Health stating, quote, the myocarditis was likely a serious adverse event arising from COVID-19 vaccine he received, which might have been aggravated by his strenuous lifting of weights and his high consumption of caffeine through energy drinks and supplements. That's weird. They throw in just a story about some juiced up kid getting the vaccine at the end, but okay.
Yeah, the outlet is not great.
National File.
So Reuters, this is mirrored off Yahoo News. They also had the story. Interestingly, there's only been a couple. A lot of the major outlets kind of buried this story within other news stories about the pandemic.
Yeah.
But this one here, September 1st, Yahoo News mirroring Reuters. The headline is Pfizer Merck launch new trials of oral COVID-19 drugs. And, you read kind of the summary already, so I'm not going to go through every detail. But it says here that patients in the trial will be given Pfizer's pill known as PF 0732133 and a low dose of ritonavir, an older medication used widely in combination treatments for HIV infection.
Mm-hmm.
So again, interesting.
Antiviral stuff.
Yeah, there's always a connection to the HIV AIDS whole thing there.
Yeah, well, there's mechanisms within COVID that are similar to HIV.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of an older sort of piece of the story, but it does exist.
It says here, Merck said in June that the U.S. government agreed to pay about $1.2 billion for 1.7 million courses of molnupiravir. Oh my gosh.
Molnupiravir.
Oh, that's a horrible name. If it is proven to work and authorized by regulators, the company said it expected to file for U.S. emergency use authorization of molnupiravir in the second half of 2021 at the earliest. Pfizer said in July if the PF 0732133 trial was successful, it would file for a potential emergency use authorization. So,
yeah,
there you go.
Just to straighten a couple things out, this is being talked about by a lot of the alternative media people that it's a required dose with your vaccine. Like everybody who takes the vaccine now has to take these pills for the rest of their lives. And that's a bit of a misrepresentation. How it is being described is that it's not for if you don't have COVID. It's for when you do start to get COVID, then you take the pills. But
kind of like ivermectin.
Exactly like ivermectin. But you don't get the pills unless you get vaccinated.
Oh, because all right.
If you get COVID and you're unvaccinated, you have to get vaxxed, and then you take the pills.
Go take some horse dewormer, you filthy unvaccinated animal.
Well, it's interesting. And we need to track it down a little bit more. There is also reports that this pill, chemically is almost identical to ivermectin.
Yeah. I've read that elsewhere.
They basically just redesigned ivermectin to be able to patent it.
Yes.
But it basically does the exact same thing and works on the exact same system and does the same thing, but is legally not ivermectin. Now, I think we need to track down some solid sources on that. I've seen a lot of reporting on it before we get too excited, but surprise, surprise, that wouldn't surprise anybody.
Yeah.
And,
okay. So
it's still sort of defensible in the mainstream thing. It's like, yes, we know we don't want you to guzzle horse cream.
Okay, bad. So according to TechARP, just real quick little do here. Is Pfizer making copy of ivermectin to treat COVID-19? And so that's the claim. They're saying fact Pfizer is not making copy of ivermectin copy to treat COVID-19.
Right, that's what we're saying. It's not a copy. They're changing it.
And it says here that ivermectin works differently. Ivermectin works differently from protease inhibitors ivermectin works by binding to and opening the glutamate-gated chloride channels of nerve and muscle cells, increasing the flow.
Interesting you mentioned that, because we just got the scientific report, what was it, earlier this week, that it was that glutamate gate that was allowing the spike protein to get into the tissues. So that's interesting. The ivermectin gets in the way of that glutamate gate.
Interesting.
That is something we did not connect before.
The Pfizer protease inhibitors work by binding to proteolytic enzymes used by the SARS-CoV-2 virus to replicate. This prevents the virus from replicating in the infected cells, stopping the infection and preventing transmission.
Wow, folks, this is another reason to sign up for the mailing list and get the show notes. Go right now to CanaryCry.Party. You'll see a button to join the mailing list. Go get it, because on the show notes that will be going out, I believe it was this week, right? We have might have been last week, but we have the study that talks about that glutamate gate or whatever is this sugary layer over the spike protein. And that is the mechanism with which it gets into you, that it connects with your cells. And yeah, they're saying right here in this anti-ivermectin thing, they're saying that ivermectin interrupts that glutamate gate, which would stop the spike protein. Now, that's just me, a podcaster, non-medical doctor or whatever. This is just me reading the science and then reading this mainstream report. They connect in that way. I'm not a doctor, but we do have doctors who listen to the show. So maybe Pneumatic can chase that down for us, or any of our other medical professionals, because that was a very interesting connection, Gonzo.
Yeah, well, it says here in the same TechArp article, Fact 5, ivermectin not proven to work against COVID-19. And then you read the thing here, and it says ivermectin has been shown to work against COVID-19 in lab in vitro studies, but does not and underline, does not improve clinical outcomes or prevent transmission.
And just to be noted that in the CDC-approved studies of ivermectin, they only approved the studies that gave ivermectin late-stage COVID, which is opposite of
how you're supposed to use
it. How the other 64 ivermectin studies say you're supposed to take it, which is early on or even before you have symptoms. So, they specifically chose the studies that show that it doesn't help. Yeah. But, you would have to have been paying really close attention for over a year and a half now to be able to make those connections. And la-di-da, that's what we do here.
Yeah, we kind of went down the rabbit trail there, but the point being that the Pfizer pills are happening, and it's being touted as a great thing. Obviously, like you mentioned, a lot of alternative news outlets are picking it up and saying, "Look at this horrible thing here that they're doing." We'll keep an eye on it.
It's not quite the apocalyptic idea that you have to get vaxxed and take 2 pills a day for the rest of your life. But it is still sinister in that they won't give you the pills until you get the vax, which is, again, more like medical fascism. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Yeah.
Do this if you want our secret pills.
You don't get the cure unless you, just join the club.
Yeah. All right. This is from Axios, the World Health Organization, tracking new COVID variant called Mu. Mu. The World Health Organization added a coronavirus strain called Mu, which was first detected in Colombia in January, to its variants of interest list on Monday. Why it matters? The WHO warned that data suggests protection from prior infection or vaccination may not be as strong against the Mu variant, adding that further research is needed to confirm that. The Mu variant, formerly known as B1621, has a cluster of mutations that, quote, that indicate potential properties of immune escape, the World Health Organization noted in its weekly epidemiological report. A variant has thus far been detected in 39 countries, although it makes up only 0.1% of global COVID-19 cases. Its prevalence in South America has been rising, and it currently makes up 39% of cases in Colombia and 13% in Ecuador. Be smart. The WHO defines variants of interests as having genetic changes that affect virus characteristics like transmissibility, disease severity, and immune escape, while having significant community transmission. They differ from variants of concern, which lower the effectiveness of public health and social measures or diagnostics and therapeutics. So, kind of interesting, having it be part of the variants of interest. It's not really full-scale variants of concern, but that could change really quickly. They're just, they're telling you that they're loading the chamber with mu. Now that Delta, they saw how well Delta did in terms of
Lambda didn't really fly. I don't think mu is gonna land. It's not a very marketable. It's not very scary sounding.
Well, they need to have backup plans. It's kind of like it's like the bench players in the NBA.
Yeah.
You got some guys that they can play, but they're not really good enough to start or get a whole lot of minutes on the court. But they're there. In case they need to call up, or in case there's an injury with the main guys. Or,
I don't think Moo's going to make it. I think whatever's after Moo is going to make it. Moo is just not scary sounding enough.
I don't know.
Okay.
Might have a whole bunch of people.
I'm just making a prediction. I don't think Moo is too cute sounding for it to be the next big deadliest variant.
Yeah, but also you can say that you can make everybody sound like they're part of the cattle by mooing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you make a great point there, Gons.
So be afraid.
You make a really good point.
I'm sure that's what they're thinking. They're like, yeah, we can.
They're running through the alphabet until they get to the really scary sounding ones.
Which is what?
Figure it. I don't know.
Omega.
Look up
the end. Omega.
Omega. That'll be the last one. The last one ends everything.
Yeah.
Greek alphabet. Okay.
In the meantime, here I got some clips to share with you. This first one is from Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky, the linguist, philosopher, cognitive scientist, historian, social critic, and political activist. He's the father of modern linguistics. And he was asked about what to do with the unvaccinated. Would you like to hear his opinion?
Mm-hmm.
Which he's very old. He's like 90. I think he's like 90. What is he?
You heard it here first,
92
folks.
Years old, something like that.
Noam
He's old.
Chomsky. He's very old.
He's very old. He looks pretty rough in this video too. Here's what he said.
People who refuse to accept vaccines, I think the right response for them is not to force them to, but rather to insist that they be isolated. Mm-hmm. If people decide, I am willing to be a danger to the community by refusing a vaccine, they should then say, well, I also have the decency to isolate myself.
There you go.
Yeah. Again, ignoring the science that
it's just very
unvaccinated people are no more likely to spread than vaccinated people.
Yeah, but morally speaking,
that's why he's a philosopher and a linguist and not a scientist or a politician. I mean, and speaking of the fact that he's a linguist, a very interesting word he used there, which is insist that they are isolated, because insist, sounds very polite. No, I insist. I'm just sort of socially, insisting, I insist, please isolate. When insist in the governmental sense is force and at the point of a gun. No, I insist. No, I insist.
It's like a euphemism in this time. Yeah, okay, not surprising here.
Real quick, finish up with Noam if you'd like.
No, there's.
I've got the Greek alphabet. Real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I got the next scary one. Okay, so we're on Mu, and then there's Nu. After Nu is Xi,
Oh, like Xi Jinping?
That's possible.
Oh,
Xi. Yeah.
it might be too.
XI. It's a little bit much. Actually,
I was gonna say it might be too close to anti-China.
Yeah, so it probably won't be that. But then after Xi is Omicron.
Ooh, Omicron.
Omicron sounds spooky. You can convince people of some stuff with Omicron. Then it's Pi, Rho, Sigma. That's kind of spooky. Upsilon, blah blah blah. I think Omicron. I'm putting my money on Omicron. That'll be the really spooky variant that'll hit Delta level.
Sounds like a bad guy on Transformers.
Dento Bean is comparing Omicron with Wormicorn.
Oh, good catch.
Wow, the prophecies continue to be foretold.
You know, this Chomsky take here, it reminds me, I was listening to I don't remember what I was listening to. Sometimes I'll listen to stuff and then I'm, doing laundry or dishes or something and it just keeps playing whatever the next video is on YouTube or whatever I may be checking out. Mm-hmm. And I was, I don't remember who it was, but they were talking about this story of how you got to understand this time we're living in is challenging because there's no consensus among scientists, which is something we've been saying for a long time here. Mm-hmm. But they relayed this story of a pregnant couple, and the mother, was in the hospital getting ready to have the baby, and the nurses said there's something wrong with the baby's heart. So they were like, oh no. So they got more tests done, and they took her to some doctor or another doctor that's more focused on babies, and that doctor said there's something wrong with the heartbeat of your baby. We need more tests. So now the family's freaking out. They're like, oh my gosh, something's wrong with our baby. So they take it to another doctor, and this other doctor who's more of an expert is like, yes, there's something irregular about the heartbeat. We need even more tests. And now they're thinking, oh my gosh, we're going to lose our baby. So now they take it to like a super niched down specialist that looks at heartbeats of babies in the womb. Uh-huh. And that doctor was like, oh yeah, you're fine. You're fine. No, it's just, there's some irregular beat, but you're okay. You'll be fine.
Okay. All right.
And they were like, well, what? These two other doctors just told us that we're basically going to lose our baby.
Yeah.
So the point being, even within the line of succession in a hospital, there's no consensus. There's no agreement. There's no clear answer to certain things.
Right.
What we're seeing with these experts and a lot of these people that don't know much about or didn't spend their lifetime studying certain things, they're going to have a different opinion, and their opinions will be formed on certain segments or certain sets of information, and it's not going to necessarily be the truth. And I think that's kind of what this Noam Chomsky clip reveals, is that, hey, this guy is really well known for this work he's done in the last close to 100, or I mean 100, but like, I don't know, 80, 70 years or whatever, for all the work he's done as in philosophy and linguism. Linguistics. Linguistics. Yeah, don't listen to me either. But point being, he's done all this great work, but when it comes to this particular issue, he may be off the mark based upon the information he's received.
No, it's all just cultural stuff. I mean, Noam Chomsky, he's a philosopher, a linguist, a consultant. He's not a scientist. And he's 90 years old. He's in the elite. He's an elite. I mean, he is elite.
He's elite. Yeah, he's elite
of academia and in the scholarly world. He is the elite of the elite. Of course he's going to toe whatever line they ask him to. He's 90 years old. What else is he going to do?
I don't think age has much to do with it, but it's ideology.
I know I am lucky. I have been lucky enough in my life to know a number of 90-year-olds closely, befriend them, have many chats with them, and they're not revolutionaries. I mean, they are wise beyond measure, but you're you're not necessarily changing your mind a whole lot when you're 90 years old. You're kind of running on whatever operating system you have had for 90 years.
Yeah.
You're not suddenly sort of changing your whole trajectory.
Yeah. Well, speaking of changing trajectories, we have a clip from Ontario. Are we going to be pro Trudeau after this clip?
I don't know. What is the clip?
Beginning September 22nd, individuals will be required to show their vaccine receipt at the entrance of certain settings along with photo ID. These receipts are currently available as PDFs that could be downloaded or printed. Beginning October 22nd, we will introduce an enhanced vaccine certificate with a unique QR code. This can be kept on your phone to easily and conveniently show that you've been vaccinated when needed.
Or tattooed
on your head. The province will also launch a new app to make it easier for businesses to verify your digital vaccine receipt while protecting your privacy.
For the past 3 months, along with Canada's other premiers, I've called on the federal government to develop a national vaccine passport because it's clear that a national system is far better than a patchwork of certificates across every single province and territory in the country, especially as more Canadians travel abroad. But Justin Trudeau has told us that they will not be rolling out a national vaccine passport while their election is ongoing. We can't wait any longer. We must take immediate action, and we will. It's a policy with the following key principles. Vaccinations will be mandatory for certain indoor settings where the risk of transmission is highest because of masks aren't always worn, including restaurants, bars, and casinos, among others. Enforcement will be led by law officers.
Law officers enforcing it. But yeah, I thought it was interesting that he would throw Trudeau under the bus.
Yeah, well, who is this fella? What is his... what is his alignment over there?
I'm not 100% sure. I think he's one of the. I can go find out here. I could
find out real quick because it is. Of course, Trudeau is not going to do that precisely because of the election. Because he knows even the most liberal of Canadians are starting to wake up to the fact that is tyranny. And after his tyranny is solved by elections. Tyranny is solved. Yeah, I think that's what the quote was.
Yeah, pretty much.
If he starts instituting tyranny during elections, elections will solve the tyranny. I mean, he's not wrong in that quote. He's absolutely right, which is why he's not going to support it during the election. Now, I think what smart, even liberal Canadians will know is, and maybe they are willfully ignorant. Maybe it's because it's not being imposed. It's not the most important thing. Maybe they're a little one-track minded. But, if the smart ones will know, especially from this clip, oh, yeah, he's not going to do it now. But after the elections, he absolutely will. And, liberal Canadians need to act on that instinct instead of following party lines there.
Yeah. Trying to still nail down these people here.
It's not the most important thing in the world. Sure. It would be interesting to hear if he was aligned with Trudeau or if there is like a moderate conservative force that this guy is a part of. Was trying to use it in the elections. I don't know. Canadian elections are kind of confusing. Not elections, but politics in general are a bit confusing. They are similar to U.S. politics, but really you cannot compare them as a one-to-one.
I'm looking at a list here of people in the health department, I guess, in Ontario. And I'm trying to compare faces. They have these little, headshots. I'm trying to compare the heads to the guy here, and sometimes it's not that easy to do.
Is that Ford?
Ford?
Yeah, isn't his name Ford?
I don't know.
Is that the somebody is saying that's Ford, but I don't know if that's true or not. You don't remember Ford? I think I'm going to get these details wrong. just correct me in the chat. But he was like the mayor of Toronto or something, and he was on crack.
Doug Ford. Doug Ford. Oh, the crack guy. Yeah, I kind of do remember him.
Oh, it's not Doug Ford, though. This might be a different Ford.
I don't know. I'm pulling up Doug Ford. It kind of looks like yeah, it is Doug Ford.
I don't think it is, but okay.
Oh,
okay.
no, it is. Look. Okay, are you seeing the image of him on the screen?
Did you search Doug Ford crack?
Okay, well, Doug Ford crack. This is definitely Doug Ford, the premier.
Yeah, okay.
Doug Ford. Oh, no. Doug Ford blasts release of Rob Ford crack video.
Robert Ford. That was the crack guy.
Mayor Rob Ford.
Yes.
Was being blasted by Doug Ford.
Did I at least get Toronto right? Was he the mayor of Toronto?
It says here. Well, they're definitely related. They're both Fords.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm hearing that they're brothers.
Yeah,
so Doug
brothers.
is Rob's brother.
Yeah, Toronto, I believe, is correct. Yeah.
So it's the crackhead's brother.
The crackhead's brother who wants to walk it down.
Hey, look, he's trying to scoot away from his title as the crackhead's brother. I'm sure he wants everybody to forget that. But no, if he's calling for a national vaccine passport, he's the crackhead's brother and forever will be.
Yeah, and saying that there's police enforcement. Yikes.
Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah. Come on, Canadians, wake up, folks.
Well,
you guys got this.
Yeah,
you guys got this.
Just appeal to Fauci.
Science is truth.
Oh, don't appeal to Fauci. All right, what's next?
Yahoo News. Fauci defends COVID boosters, says 3 shots will likely be the new norm. I like how they don't go all the way and say the new normal. They've played that one out. Here's Fauci talking about it.
The determination whether something is now constitute fully vaccinated, I will leave that up to the FDA when they get the data on the 3 doses to make that a
Did he say dater?
Dater. He says dater.
What is it? What's dater? We get the dater.
Get the dater taters.
To make that a determination on the 3 doses to make that a determination and then ultimately a recommendation from the ACIP to the CDC so that it's recommended. But I must say, from my own experience as an immunologist, I would not at all be surprised that the adequate full regimen for vaccination will likely be 3 doses. And the reason I say that is that it's very clear when you give a prime and maybe a second shot as a boost, but give the immune system enough chance to mature in both affinity maturation and maturation of the B-cell repertoire, it is entirely understandable why the results that I just reported from the Israeli boosters are so dramatic. And we all hope, and I believe we have good reason to believe, that that only will not be a strong response, but that it will actually be durable. And if it is durable, then you're going to have very likely a 3-dose regimen being the routine regimen. But we'll just have to wait to make sure that that's the case when the data get presented to the FDA.
Data's not presented. We believe it'll be 3 doses.
Yeah.
The data's not presented yet. We'll see when the data gets there. We believe it'll be. Just shut up, Fauci. Just say you don't know.
You do not know what you are talking about.
Just be a scientist and say we don't know. We're going to try this out. The testing is still going. We don't know anything. It's not going to stop at 3 doses. We know this. He believes it'll be 3 doses will be the norm.
They have to be. I don't know. There's a certain part of me that thinks, number one, they're just pushing to see how far they can go. Because if you think about it, the general public is going to be like,
they'll just go and go.
I know that. I know they will. But at some point, the general public will start pushing back and being okay, 8 doses to be normal. Like, what are you trying to do here? So
I have. I know it sounds like I just talk about Democrat friends. I also have Republican friends.
I was going to say, what are you?
I know.
A closet lib?
No, I just like to bring the a lot of people, a lot of our listeners don't have the friendships with Democrats or liberals that allow for the types of conversations I'm lucky enough to have with my Democrat liberal friends. Not to say nobody does, but a lot of people, there's a division there. It's hard. But I have not a single one of my vaccinated friends, no matter what they are, Democrat or Republican. I know some vaccinated Republicans. Not one single of my vaccinated friends say they're going to get the third one.
Yeah, this is going to end bad.
I don't know if any. I mean, I know obviously some people are going to do it, but I think more than anything, here's an angle to it. They just keep pushing it. Hey, we're gonna do the third one now. Sorry, we didn't know. We believe. Blah blah blah. Data's not in, but let's get you a third one. I think part of the strategy here is to continue the vaccine battle. I think the battle is benefiting them. I don't think they expect everybody to buy in and go along.
It's like Afghanistan. It's like war on drugs. It's literally
exactly.
Anything.
It's
the
another
industrial
perpetual war.
Yeah.
It's just the replacement for the perpetual classic war, like in Afghanistan. It's a replacement for their perpetual non-winnable war on drugs. Now it's a perpetual war for ongoing vaccinations. And as you go, the beautiful thing about this, as was the beautiful thing about all wars, is the longer the war goes on, the more enemies you can identify. Because even if they got 2 doses, now they're pushing 3. Well, a certain percentage of the 2 dosers won't get the 3. Now you get to add them into the enemy category. The growth of the enemy is, I would argue, is the point of endless war, because the more the force of enemies grows, the more needed the war is. And that's how you keep the perpetual profit motive of a forever war going. And it changes forms. It took the form of the drug war. The more they did the drug war, the more people started using drugs, and it was never going to end. Same with Afghanistan. The longer we were there, the more people were radicalized in response to our being there. And it's going to be the same with the vaccine war. It's never going to end. And every time they require another dose, more and more people will wake up and, be quote unquote, in their words, radicalized against the vaccine, which is more of a cause to continue the vaccine war.
Well, yes. And much like the right-left paradigm, now they have just a new thing, which is pro-vax, anti-vax. And speaking of which, do you know how we're going to end the anti-vaccine madness?
Insisting on isolating them?
Well, according to the Washington Post, in this opinion piece, fear and the law.
Ah, yes. Fear and the law, the most unradicalizing forces that has ever existed in modern history.
Let's get through this rather quickly here. It says, after millions of dollars spent on public health awareness, endless pleas from elected officials, and a slew of incentives from free donuts to cash, it turns out that appealing to reason only goes so far. For months, the share of, quote, vaccine hesitant or anti-vaccine Americans hardly budged. In June, I had that hold the line. In June, a Kaiser Family Foundation poll found, quote, the shares of adults who are more reluctant to get the COVID-19, and I think they meant vaccine. Yeah, it's got to mean vaccine. I think they missed that. The shares of adults who are more reluctant to get the COVID-19 have remained relatively unchanged since January, but about 1 in 5 saying they either will get a vaccine only if required for work or other activities, 6%, or will definitely not get vaccinated, 14%. The Delta variant, followed by a newfound refusal to cater to the unvaccinated, however, has had a measurable effect. A new Ipsos Axios poll found that with concern about the coronavirus peaking, vaccine hesitancy is finally declining. Quote, only 1 in 5, 20% Americans say they are not likely to get the coronavirus vaccine, the lowest level since we started tracking. Hard opposition, those not at all likely, has dropped to 14% of adults. As the variant spreads in low vaccination states fanned by MAGA governors who oppose vaccine and mask mandates, many parents are seeing the light as well. The Ipsos Axios poll reports, quote, the number of parents who say they are likely to get their kids vaccinated has surged over the last week. Now 2/3, 68% report.
Polls, man. It's just phone calls and internet thing. Yeah, people are going to tell you what you want to hear because you've shamed them into not telling the truth.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. The opposition to vaccinating their kids has dropped to less than a third, 31% of parents. Meanwhile, the vaccinated have lost patience with the unvaccinated, whom they are now rightly regard as a barrier to getting back to normal. Quote,
oh, of course.
Majorities of Americans continue to support policies regarding the use of masks in schools, 70%, or public places, 66%, the Ipsos Axios pollsters found. Quote, working Americans also continue to support vaccine requirements by their employer, 57%. And there is plenty of room to increase popular mandates since only 19% of workers say their employer requires vaccination and just 54% require masks. This is the perfect opportunity to make more progress. The Biden administration has started to go after states that are making schools less safe, with the Education Department's Office for Civil Rights initiating investigations in 5 states. Iowa, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Utah. As the department wrote in a news release, OCR has sent letters to those states, quote, outlining how prohibitions of universal indoor masking prevent school districts from implementing health and safety policies that they determine are necessary to protect students. Blah, 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 blah. Court orders in Florida, Texas, and Arizona, blah, 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 blah.
I think we get it. I don't think there's anything else in there, unless there is.
The next step would be to condition funds for education, Medicaid, and other big-ticket items on adopting masks and vaccine mandates. They talk about
war. It needs constant public spending.
That's
airlines, what our taxes have to go to now.
Require airlines to mandate employees and passengers proof of vaccination. The United States needs a safe list. It goes on and on and on here. Law enforcement needs to crack down. And then at the very last paragraph here. Persuasion has its limits, especially when a significant segment of Americans operates in a delusional world in which ivermectin, a drug used to treat worm infections, is preferable to a vaccine approved by the Food and Drug Administration. There's so much wrong with that sentence.
I know.
If the Delta variant does not scare them into a rendezvous with medical reality, government has both the power and responsibility to use legal compulsion. We must collectively reject bogus appeals to quote-unquote freedom for mask wearing and vaccination so we can protect children and get on with the rest of our lives. That's how we end the unvax problem.
Yeah.
According to Washington Post.
The unvaxxed are ruining your life.
Jennifer Rubin.
Just like those dang Afghanis and pot smokers ruined America for 30, 40, 50 years. Yeah. Sorry, I'm crafting a tweet. I can't not tweet this now. Okay, well, just a couple more things.
Yes. Oh, let me just do this real quick because
you got a thing.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a CNBC
Give me more
headline.
Time to tweet. Then.
Yeah, great. Yeah, go ahead. CNBC, the headline here, COVID could trigger a spike in dementia cases, say Alzheimer's expert. Let me just read the bullet points here. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic could cause a significant rise in the number of dementia patients in the long term, said the Alzheimer's Disease International. Some research has shown that COVID infections can increase a person's likelihood of developing dementia and cause dementia symptoms to show up earlier, the group said. The group's medical and scientific advisory panel, made up of global experts on dementia, has set up a working group to study the link between COVID and dementia. Okay, so the idea here being, COVID, it's going to cause all kinds of Alzheimer, early onset of dementia. Mm-hmm. Well, if we're talking about the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, the problem, obviously, COVID causes dementia. The reaction, set up a board, a group, a medical and scientific advisory panel, give us some money, we need to study this and research it. But the solution is already there. And it comes in the form of Elon Musk's Neuralink. With this headline from scommerce.com from September of last year. This is a year ago, this headline, but I think it proves the point here. Elon Musk's Neuralink hopes to cure dementia with Fitbit for your skull. I just think it's interesting that this COVID thing is now being thought to not only cause dementia, so I mean, what percentage of the population will have early onsets of dementia because of this thing, where otherwise they may not have had dementia or, Alzheimer's, just in time for Elon to start his human trials on Neuralink.
Oh, yeah, good.
It's like perfect timing. It's like, we have this problem with a huge influx of people with dementia and Alzheimer's. What will we do? Well, Elon has the answer. So I don't know. I just thought it was a good example of a problem reaction solution where it's pretty laid out straight. Like, we have this issue and we have a solution, and that solution is a microchip in your brain. So it's not like it seems like some of the conspiracy theorists weren't that far off, even though the details may have been off in terms of, they put microchips in the vaccine itself. Not precisely, but if it's Elon Musk putting a microchip in your brain to fix the after effects of COVID, then, I guess they weren't that wrong. Conspiracy theorists proven to be right again.
Boom.
And since you're still trying to type with your little,
so hard.
Yeah, it looks. I don't know. The virtual world does not look fun to.
Stop VR shaming me.
Okay.
I'm doing my best over here.
Yeah, maybe you should use this. It's called a keyboard. It's got all keyboard. The. You have huge eyes. What do you mean you can't see your keyboard? Pull up a virtual keyboard in your little virtual
nobody's
desktop.
Buying it. You're just embarrassing yourself, shaming me publicly for being a VR person. All right, we got a couple of headlines. Very interesting headlines.
Yeah, I was uncertain if this falls into narrative A or narrative B, so I kind of put it in between. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
All right, I can do it.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
So the first one is coming from IsraelHoyam.com with the headline, Portugal bans entry into to Israelis over virus concerns. So we have Israeli travel to Portugal is being canceled due to, Israel, the most highly vaccinated country in the entire world, is suddenly not just with the original 2 doses, but they're also the first to give the booster doses and the most effective national vaccine passport system in the world, the first and the best, and yet it's not enough. Portugal banning travel to Israelis because of the virus. And then we have another headline here from i24news.tv. Sweden bans entry for travelers from U.S. and Israel due to rising COVID-19 rates. Look, in the U.S., we're used to getting banned from traveling because of COVID. That happens to us all the time. But again, Israel, the most vaxxed, the most passported, the most medically tyrannized country in the world, still getting banned from Sweden. Sweden, the country that took the most laissez-faire attitude towards COVID, very little in the way of lockdowns or these big hardcore measures. Sweden is banning Israelis from coming in. I guess those boosters just aren't quite enough, Gons.
Are they going to consider Portugal and Sweden to be anti-Semitic?
I'd probably.
I kind of feel like that's where this is going.
I guess. What would be the end game of that?
Well,
just
I mean, if we're
to
talking,
call more people anti-Semitic.
Well, yeah, that's part of it, but also, there is a perspective of biblical eschatology that suggests the Antichrist will present himself as the Jewish Messiah and defeat all its surrounding enemies of Israel.
Yeah, Portugal
and Sweden,
known notorious enemy of Israel.
Yeah.
Portugal.
Well, I mean, Revelation 13 talks about who can make war with him, so it doesn't matter who. It'll just be, I don't know. It's just very interesting. I thought it was strange that, like you mentioned, the country with the most, the most successful in some people's eyes vaccine efforts is now being banned from entering into certain countries. I don't know how this is going to end, but probably not well.
Nope.
All right, so we're going to move on to narrative B here, which is more of the skepticism of the main narrative, or at least paying homage to the other side of the argument when it comes to vaccines, or not just the WAPO article throwing anybody who's an anti-vaxxer under the bus and calling them filthy animals or whatever they do. And the first one here is from usnews.com, and the headline here: a hidden front in vaccine hesitancy.
Oh, this is great.
The LGBTQ community.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is, we're breaking down all kinds of barriers. It says here, when coronavirus task force in Boulder County, Colorado, was considering how to disseminate newly authorized COVID-19 vaccines in December, task force member Kaylin Gray had an idea. Why not survey the local LGBTQ plus community to find out their attitude on vaccination? By then, questions on how to reach hard-to-access communities and hesitant populations were swirling around public health departments, where officials know that one of the keys to ending the COVID-19 pandemic is getting as many people vaccinated as possible. The task force agreed the task force agreed the information would be useful, but they had to act fast. So Gray, a researcher, psychologist, and treasurer of local LGBTQ plus organizations out Boulder County, designed a survey asking participants, if you can get a COVID-19 vaccine today, would you take it? The survey went out on social media in December and remained open into early January. Interesting that we're hearing about it now. Quote, if we could get 50 responses, wouldn't that be great? Gray remembers thinking. Instead, 272 people responded. Such a huge...
Not the biggest thing. Huge. But by today's polling standards, that's actually not bad.
Yeah.
All these polls that you're seeing, the Axios polls, the this, the that polls, I can't point to any particular one, but, we saw all those polls last episode. 55% of this or that and this. And it's like, we polled 1,000 Americans. Like, okay. Kind of making a big deal. But, so 278, you said?
272 people responded, and their answers revealed a surprising... Yeah, the answers revealed a surprising disparity. People who identify as LGBTQ plus were more hesitant to get vaccinated against COVID-19 than straight people.
That is
a crazy conclusion.
Funny. But it lines up with what the original polls about anti-vaxxers or vaccine hesitants were, that more of the vaccine hesitant were Democrats.
Yeah.
And so, there's some sort of lineup here where, gay people are, or LGBTQ, to be precise, people are more likely to be vaccine hesitant. Much like how black people are more likely to be vaccine hesitant. It's these minority, people who don't trust the system, and in many cases have a good reason not to trust the system. Believe it or not. Can you believe it? Also, don't trust your medical tyranny, medical industrial complex.
Yeah, but also it's a little bit of hyperbole here, because let's look at some of the numbers here. Okay. The survey signaled a new challenge. While 84% of respondents said they would take an available COVID-19 vaccine, 9% say they wouldn't, and 7% said they were unsure.
Wait, how many percent again?
84 said they would take it. 9 said they wouldn't. 7 said they were unsure.
Yeah.
Within that latter 16%, LGBTQ plus respondents were more likely to respond no or unsure than straight respondents. Meanwhile, the share of people assigned female at birth who answered no or unsure, 18%, was twice that of people assigned male. Let me get to the point here. Among the 24 people overall who said they wouldn't take the vaccine, so 24 out of 272, respondents cited concerns about safety, a lack of information, and mistrust of government. One person who said they wouldn't get the vaccine asked in a write-in section if it could have long-term effects or even cause death. Quote, "I'd like to know how this vaccine may impact people with autoimmune disorders," wrote another person who said they were unsure. Survey respondents also offered their thoughts on how public officials might support people in getting the vaccine, with options ranging from providing frequent messaging to going door to door to provide information. And it kind of goes on here. I think that we get the
we
point
got
of the
to
story.
put more money towards convincing the LGBTs to get vaccinated.
Yeah, well, but you know, it's the way the headline is, it's like, oh my gosh, solidarity, you know, with some of the anti-Hezzies and the LGBTQ, but it's only a small percentage of it. And I would, this is just a conjecture. I'm being transparent here and saying conjecture. Across all groups, assigned groups, any kind of, however way you slice it and dice it, by race or whatever it may be, I would imagine that at least, what is this? How many percent? 16%? I would imagine that around 16% are, or more, or maybe slightly less, I don't know, are hesitant or would say no to get the vaccine in any community, you know? So it's like, well, I don't
know. I'd have to see the polls on that.
Well, yeah, but there's not going to be any grouping of people where like 100% of the people are going to say, oh yeah, definitely get it. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I guess I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think when you look at the messaging going on here, it's a pretty powerful message, which is, you know, more and more of minority communities, LGBTQ being one of them, are in the vaccine hesitant group. Which, you know, when you put that in the context of New York enforcing the passport, you know, I saw some numbers recently. I don't know if they're the current numbers, but it's something like, you know, 70% of black people in New York are not vaccinated. Therefore, again, this was a conservative using the logic of liberals, you know, enforcing a vaccine passport is racist. Mm-hmm. And you can add this to it. Enforcing a vaccine passport is LGBTQ, anti-LGBTQ. And this was in the context of, you know, the Texas voting laws where it's like, oh, you need an ID to vote. Oh, it's racist. Well, if requiring an ID to vote is racist, then how is not requiring a vaccine passport to go to the grocery store to feed your children? How is that not racist?
Yeah.
And so I think adding that into the conversation, I think is a benefit for, you know, not just vaccine hesitant, but freedom loving, pro-choice vaccine people. So yeah, I think it's part of the narrative B for sure. Mm-hmm. Whether or not we necessarily get excited by the numbers in particular, I think the fact that it's being reported is, you know, along the right lines.
Yeah.
Now, Gons, we're looking for some updates on the truckie, the South Australia, the Australian truckers shutdown thing. And we have an article from cdllife.com, which is a trucker website, which is cool. Didn't know this existed. But we found it. And this came out a couple days ago. But it says South Australia drops vaccine requirement for truckers in wake of protests, freight delays. Dun, dun, dun. The state of South Australia has dropped the upcoming vaccine requirement for truckers in the wake of protests and freight delays. The regulation was set to go into effect on September 24th and would have required truck drivers entering the state of South Australia to have received at least one COVID vaccine shot. Now, the regulation has been scrapped, but it is still unclear how much effect the planned trucker protest had on the sudden change of plans. According to XYZ News, quote, yesterday's protests in Australia have taken a serious toll on people. There were mass arrests, mass fines, and completely unnecessary police brutality against people who were simply standing still in silence. As people stood together to support truckers and their medical freedom, some of the demonstrations were even described as complete and utter chaos. Let's see. At Disrespected Trucker 3, a major promoter and apparent leader of the proposed American trucker protest for August 31st, has been banned on TikTok since the movement's rise in popularity. But that didn't stop some Americans from joining in the week of the planned protest. Check out how these demonstrations went here. Although the South Australia, come on, American truckers trying to get in on the Australian truckers protest. Maybe I will have to check how that is, how that went. But today, although the South Australia COVID vaccine requirement had not yet gone into effect, a Victoria regulation requiring truckers to have received a negative COVID test within 72 hours had drivers waiting in large queues at the border, and some were even turned away. These hurdles have already caused freight delays and labor shortages, which may have been a factor in the decision to eliminate the upcoming requirement. It is not clear if more Australian states will follow South Australia's decision to scrap the vaccine requirement for truckers. Okay, so sounds like something happened down there. Not quite the full medical freedom that they were standing for, but at least in one state of Australia, the truckers themselves have had their requirement for vaccination scrapped. It sounds like South Australia won't have too many problems, hauling their freight around, while the rest of the states in Australia are going to continue to have problems.
This is Rubber Ducky. What's your 1020, Uber? Check you. We got a convoy, over.
Sad how it takes a trucker-specific news website to report on this, and nothing in the mainstream that I've been able to track down.
Yes. Sorry, I got a note from the wife.
Wife note.
Yeah, yeah, sorry. The elder daughter drove out to Vegas. It's been a thing.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Is this a surprise trip?
I mean, kind of, but
is she getting married?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm not 100% sure. But she decided to, not knowing there's a bad part of town, decided to stay there and had her windshield. Somebody threw a rock on her windshield, and her windshield shattered.
Yep.
A police officer saw the person who did it, so I think they got arrested. But has not been a great experience for her so far.
No. Well, yeah, that's the thing about Vegas. I would say instead of learning that there is a good part of Vegas, it's fun to learn that there is indeed maybe one good part of Vegas that you won't get your windshield smashed in.
Yeah, well. Anyway, back to the truckers here. It seems like whether the protests worked or not, the logistics of just, having to get people tested and all that stuff was enough for them to scrap it. And it's almost, it's kind of like, it reminds me of, when you're younger and you want to make a point that somebody has a bad idea, so you go along with it, but you kind of drag your feet.
Yeah, you let it fail.
Yeah, you kind of show them that their idea is. I feel like that's kind of what they did here. They're like, all right, you want us to get tested and all that, we will. So guess we'll just sit here and twiddle our thumbs while we wait for our results.
Certainly could be part of it, yeah. Oh, you mean the people administering the tests? Rather?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because this particular protest, they stopped up the whole highway.
I know.
Yeah.
It seems like give the at least for the rest of the country, it's like, no, it wasn't the truckers. It was the inefficiency, the logistics of how we rolled this out. They don't want to give truckers credit.
I think they were talking about two different instances in that case, but
okay.
But yeah, your point stands. I think, there's lots of people who don't agree. I mean, given the vaccine rate in Australia, it sounds like lots of people don't want the vaccine. Lots of people are against this. It's just there hasn't been, lately there's been a lot of sort of activation and activism.
Yeah.
But All right. Well, there you go. Good job, Australia truckies.
Keep it going. All right. So this is the big story that was reported on the last episode, but let's look at the story. It's from the New York Times. Joe Rogan, a podcasting giant who has been dismissive of vaccination, has COVID. Mm-hmm. That's the headline in the New York Times.
Podcasting giant. He's not necessarily the tallest guy.
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
But in the realm of podcasting, he's Nephilim.
Nephilim podcaster, Joe Rogan.
Let's see how the New York Times treats Joe here. Joe Rogan, the host of the hugely popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, said on Wednesday that he had tested positive for the coronavirus after he returned from a series of shows in Florida where the virus is rampant.
Dun, dun, dun.
Got to throw Florida under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Rogan, who was rebuked by federal officials last spring for suggesting on the podcast that young, healthy people need not get COVID vaccinations.
Federal officials. Wasn't it Fauci? I think it was just Fauci.
Yeah, it might have been just Fauci. Yeah, I don't know. Said that he started feeling sick on Saturday night after he returned from performing in Orlando, Tampa, and Fort Lauderdale. He did not say whether he had been vaccinated. Quote, "Throughout the night, I got fever, sweats, and I knew what was going on," he said in a video on Instagram, adding that he moved to a different part of his house away from his family. In an episode of his podcast in April, he mentioned that his children had experienced mild COVID-19 symptoms earlier in the pandemic. He took a coronavirus test the next morning that came back positive, he said. In his video on Wednesday, Mr. Rogan said he had been treated with a series of medications. Quote, "Sunday sucked," he said. But by the time he made the video, he said he was feeling pretty good, using an expletive. Quote, "A wonderful, heartfelt thank you to modern medicine for pulling me out of this so quickly and easily," he said. The list of treatments he mentioned included monoclonal antibodies, which have been shown to protect COVID patients at risk of becoming gravely ill, and prednisone, a steroid widely accepted as a COVID treatment. When Donald J. Trump was stricken with COVID during his presidency, he was also treated with monoclonal antibodies. Mr. Rogan also said he had received a vitamin drip as well as ivermectin, a drug primarily used as a veterinary deworming agent. The Food and Drug Administration has warned COVID-19 patients against taking the drug, which has repeatedly been shown as ineffective for them in clinical trials. Just straight up peddling that narrative.
Yeah.
But it's in the narrative B. Why? However, it is a popular subject on Facebook, Reddit, and among some conservative talk show hosts, and some toxicologists have warned of a surge of reports of overexposure to the drug by those who obtain it from livestock supply stores. Mr. Rogan has been traveling nationally with a show called Joe Rogan, The Sacred Clown Tour. He was scheduled to perform a show with the comedian Dave Chappelle in Nashville, Tennessee. His podcast. Okay, we know about his podcast. We don't have to read that. Okay, so just some stuff about his tickets and going back to New York. I had a thing here with why I had this in narrative B, and I don't remember why now. There was something that was written in here. Maybe they changed it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It was how they wrote about ivermectin, because I don't know.
Did they not have the horse comment in it before?
Yeah, they were less. They kind of gave homage to the idea that the one he took was not the one from for horses. But maybe they took it out. I don't know. I can't find it in here.
Maybe they did. I mean, that is the point. Like, that's the big point that everybody's missing is like, okay, yes, a horse can take it for deworming, but there are human versions available you can get at a pharmacy for humans. And nobody is reporting that. Nobody is mentioning it. And it sounds like they had it in this article, but, we're told to take it out because no, ivermectin can't be anything besides a horse dewormer.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's an older version that I can find, or if there's, because it only mentions it.
Do some archive.org, baby.
Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, the the point being that, the thing that went viral with the alt community or the anti-vax community or whatever you want to call it was the fact that Joe Rogan kind of threw a wrench in the whole thing because he used ivermectin as part of his treatment, and he basically got over it in like 2 days. Right. And he did. It says he did use other things here, but yeah, they're almost trying to downplay it. It's like, oh, it wasn't the ivermectin that helped him; it was the other stuff, the monoclonal antibodies. I don't know. Is there anything else you have on this? Because I'm trying to find.
No, I mean, I think it's kind of speaks for itself. This is what everybody's freaking out about, the fact that, it right in the middle of the ivermectin debate, Joe Rogan, Nephilim of podcasting, uses ivermectin. Now, he used so many things, so it's so funny that I have not seen anybody make that point. The point that, yeah, he used ivermectin, but he also used remdesivir. He had the monoclonal antibodies. I mean, he used literally every treatment that is available to somebody. And so, a smart media who is really trying to downplay ivermectin would not point it out. They would say, oh, the monoclonal antibodies. Well, they don't want to boost the monoclonal antibodies because that's what DeSantis is making available to Floridians as a treatment for free. He's giving away these monoclonal antibodies. Well, the other option is remdesivir. And the problem with remdesivir is it hasn't been very effective. And so they can't really, they have nothing to latch onto in a positive manner, which the smart media would be like, look, people love this guy. Okay. People love this guy. Let's figure something out. Let's divert from the ivermectin thing, because as much as they try to say, oh, Joe Rogan, nobody likes him, right? He used ivermectin, so you shouldn't use ivermectin. Yeah, but he was only sick for 3 days. He got over it immediately. Yeah, but horse dewormer. Can you believe it? He used horse dewormer. Well, it seemed to work for him. So, yeah, but it's don't do it. It's bad. Fauci says bad. Okay, well, it's been an incredibly impotent attempt at demonizing ivermectin.
I found the difference here. Okay. So the one we read, it says Mr. Rogan also said he had received a vitamin drip as well as ivermectin, a drug primarily used for deworming as a veterinary deworming agent. Okay, so the original, when it was first published, it said Mr. Rogan said he was treated with a series of medications, including ivermectin, a deworming veterinary drug that the Food and Drug Administration has warned COVID-19 patients against taking, that was repeatedly been shown as ineffective. Okay, so they kind of had the same thing, but they categorized ivermectin as part of a series of medications. And in the newer version, they were kind of like, they had a vitamin drip, or he got a vitamin drip as well as ivermectin.
See,
it's very subtle.
See, there you go. That fits in with what I was saying.
Yeah.
It can't be Oh yeah, he did so many things. I mean, he did everything possible and he cured it. No, it's not about that. He took vitamins and ivermectin. What a crazy person.
Yeah, that is very. I mean, it's so subtle.
It's very subtle,
but
very Noam Chomsky linguistics.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it is subtle, but sinister. I will say. That they would do that. I mean, this is crazy. I'm going to add the archive.org version in the show notes so people can compare and contrast on their own here. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was the only reason why I had this in the Narrative B segment. Because it's like, oh, they were kind of like nicer about, they mentioned how it was actual medication.
Yeah.
Like they actually categorized it as medication in the article, which is not normal.
Instead of horse cream.
Instead of horse cream, yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, that's interesting, and that shows the subtle little tweaks that they're making to these articles. And that's why we often add the archive.org version right alongside some of the sort of live versions that they can edit, because they can't edit history, baby, and that's what archive.org is for. So yeah, it's fun to point those things out, and it makes you think. You think like, oh, that's not a big deal, whatever. They changed 5 words, what? But it's like, it's the New York Times.
Yeah.
Why are they changing those 5 words?
Exactly.
It obviously was important enough for the New York Times to adjust the phrasing of 5 words to make it sound more sinister. Therefore, if they're taking those 5 words seriously, we should take those 5 words seriously.
Yeah.
All right. Did you want to talk about this Nobel Prize thing?
Just real briefly.
Okay. What is this?
This is the BMJ. I think it's the, I forget the acronym. Is it the British Medical Journal?
Sure.
I want to make sure that I get that right. But yes, it is a medical journal nonetheless. Okay. And the headline here is from 2015, and it says Nobel Award to discoverers of ivermectin and artemisinin. And in the first little sentence in the thing here, I can't get the full text because I'm not a member of the BMA here. It says the 2015 Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine has been awarded to 3 researchers whose work has had a huge effect on the treatment of parasitic diseases that affect many millions of people in poor countries. And one of those things being the guy who discovered ivermectin.
Ivermectin, yeah. He got a Nobel Prize for the human use of ivermectin. It's not just a horse
not for
drug.
Horses. Right. But, of course, money.
And remember, interestingly enough, ivermectin affecting that I forget what it's called. What is it? Glutamate gate?
Yeah.
The sugary compound around the spike protein that allows it to get into cells. So, I don't know what that has to do necessarily with parasites. Of course, it was originally a parasite thing, but it affects that glutamate gate, which is the mechanism by which the spike protein gets into your cells, which is interesting when you consider the vaccinated. If a vaccinated person were to take ivermectin, because the spike protein, turning your body into a spike protein factory, allowing your body to learn about spike protein and defend against it. I wonder if ivermectin would stop the spike proteins that your body creates. I don't know.
Maybe there's like an extra added thing where it would not just stop COVID, but also
stop the vaccine.
Stop the vaccine. That's an interesting theory.
I don't know. Again, I'm not a medical professional, but it is interesting that it targets the spike protein, and the spike protein is what the vaccine creates in your body. I don't know. Could be
vaccination.
Could be something there. All right. I got this story from CNBC.com right here. The headline is, by the way, while I read this, Gons, will you do me a pal favor and go retweet my tweet?
By the way, I have the clip for this story, but yes, I'll retweet your tweet too. I
Thanks.
can do both.
All right. The headline is 2 senior FDA vaccine regulators are stepping down. Dun, dun, dun. 2 senior Food and Drug Administration officials responsible for reviewing COVID-19 vaccine applications are leaving the federal agency this fall, an agency spokesperson confirmed Tuesday. Marion Gruber, director of the FDA's Office of Vaccines Research and Review. So not just Food and Drug Administration officials, but the director of the Vaccines Research and Review Department and Deputy Director Phil Krause will exit the agency in October and November, respectively, according to a letter shared with CNBC by FDA spokeswoman Stephanie Cacomo. Real quick, Gons, did you stick my other article in here that I sent you? The one that talked about the Biden administration?
Oh, no, I don't think I did.
Will you stick that in there real quick? Because that's a big point of this.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Thanks. It should be in our text. It continues, quote, "Thank you so much to Marion and Phil for all that they have contributed and continue to contribute to the agency. And thanks, I think it was Wall Street Journal, Guns. And thanks so much to each of you for all that you do every day." FDA top vaccine regulator Dr. Peter Marks said in the letter. The news was reported earlier by the biotech website BioCentury. Their announced plans to depart come as the Biden administration prepares to begin offering COVID vaccine booster shots to the general public the week of September 20th. Some health experts saw the move as premature and political, especially because the FDA hasn't finished reviewing the data on the booster yet. Okay, this article might address it, Gons. Endpoint news. So there you go. I mean, just not there you go, but here's the point. Biden administration is preparing to push the booster on the 20th, while some health experts saw the move as premature and political, especially because the FDA hasn't finished reviewing the data on the boosters yet, which is what we heard Fauci say. Endpoint News, a biotech industry publication, reported that the officials are leaving because they're frustrated that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and its advisory committee are involved in decisions they think should be up to the FDA. A final straw was when the White House got ahead of the agency on booster shots, according to the Endpoint News, citing former senior FDA leader. When asked at a briefing later Tuesday whether the departures will affect trust in the FDA, White House COVID czar Jeff Zients said the decision to distribute boosters was made by a number of senior health officials, including FDA Commissioner Janet Woodcock. Quote, "As our medical experts laid out, having reviewed all the available data, it is in their clinical judgment that it is time to prepare Americans for a booster shot." So it's right here in the text of the CNBC article. We've got the head of vaccine research and review leaving, as well as another official, specifically because the Biden administration is not respecting the FDA's role, pushing the FDA, using the CDC as a replacement for the FDA to push booster shots when medically the evidence is not there to push it. And the response from Jeff Zients, the COVID czar, is saying, well, we have a number of individuals, senior health officials, including the FDA commissioner, Janet Woodcock. So the FDA as an organization does not agree that it is medically sound to give out boosters, but you have one person, the FDA commissioner, you have a collection of individuals who are saying, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. It is outrageous that this is the way that it's going, especially after the criticism that was warranted, I'd say, at the speed of the FDA approving the shot for full approval in a record, what was it? Something like 70 days, the fastest approval that the FDA has ever done on any thing of this scale. And, you know, the FDA people, the the director of the vaccine department, research and review, is quitting his cush job at the top of the FDA because of this politically motivated booster shot situation. I mean, you hear it from the mouth of Fauci saying we believe and the data's not in and yada yada yada. But this is strictly a political move, making the boosters available, and is causing high-level health professionals in the FDA to quit, wash their hands of the situation, and walk away. This is, I mean, it speaks for itself. It's crazy to me that this isn't like the most important thing vaccinated people are talking about.
Well, the story that you wanted is from the Daily Caller, so that is a right-wing outlet. So
okay,
not as mainstream, but you got to the points.
We don't need it. They had the point here in CNBC, which is why it's in this narrative B section. Yeah. Again, you have mainstream CNBC pointing out the fact that this booster is all political.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? The video report in the interview with Meg Terrell here, who's one of the reporters for this, not as alarming. It's very tame compared to your little rant here. Let's check out the video report on CBS News here. Fast Money is where nobody watches Fast Money, do they? I don't know.
I don't.
I don't either. But this is where this report came through.
Two of these senior officials who really led the vaccines unit within FDA have announced their retirements planned for late October and early November. Those are Dr. Marian Gruber and Dr. Phil Krause from the Office of Vaccines Research and Review. Now, this was first reported by the industry publication BioCentury. We've confirmed this with the FDA. Lou Borio, the former FDA acting chief scientist, putting this into perspective on Twitter today, calling them two giants who helped bring us safe and effective vaccines over decades of public service. Now, some questions in the reporting here today and things that I've been hearing myself around whether they stepped down in part because they felt frustrated that the FDA was getting front run on the booster decision by the White House and to some extent the CDC as well. I posed this question to the White House on its COVID briefing today. Here's what Jeff Zients told us.
FDA is the gold standard, and we are all grateful for the tireless work of the senior team and the whole staff at FDA, especially during the pandemic. FDA has strong leadership in Dr. Woodcock and Dr. Peter Marks at the Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research.
And that leadership coming out with memos today trying to assure FDA staff and the public, as they're sharing these memos publicly, that they have plans in place to keep these reviews going as quickly as possible and, of course, to maintain the trust in the agency. Dr. Janet Woodcock, the acting FDA commissioner, just out with a memo tonight to staff saying, in part, we've put together a plan that allows us to continue prioritizing science while meeting timelines that are important to ensuring the end of this devastating pandemic.
Like what? Like there's no.
It's
nothing.
So the hypnotic drone of the news anchor, sort of thrall, the spell that is the way news anchors can tell the news. I totally zoned out. I could not even follow really what she was saying, and I knew the facts of the story.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Well,
and people and these mainstream outlets wonder why people are not tuning into the mainstream and tuning into independent people like us. Oh, I don't know. Maybe we just tell you the facts straight up and don't put it in this sing-songy, hypnotic thing that you totally miss the point of.
And it's funny because when the guy that was speaking for the FDA, when he's talking, they have the video up of him speaking. It's him in the middle, and behind him is like another screen with, it's like a panel. On to his right, above his right shoulder, is Dr. Anthony Fauci. And to his left, over his left shoulder, is Rochelle, the director of doom for the CDC. It's kind of, it looks sort of ritualistic.
Watching over, yes.
Yeah.
They're all assembled to cast the spell.
Yeah, they're all standing over the shoulders of this guy here, making sure that the FDA is
watching,
waiting. Yeah. It's a very ritualistic look that they got going on here.
Well, on top of that, I don't know what we decided on the Atlantic article, Guns. We were talking about it, but we do have one more booster article here.
Yeah, this was the Wall Street Journal that you sent me, I think.
Okay. Yeah. So, yes, you're right. This is the Wall Street Journal. The headline reads, COVID-19 vaccine booster launch could be delayed for many. Dun, dun, dun. Uh-oh, I got an archive.org yet. Hold on.
So do I. I didn't realize that I didn't have a thing. I actually did watch the video report of this too. It's a 4.5 minute thing, so I didn't even clip it. But yeah, I mean, the point was basically that the boosters for Moderna and Pfizer, kind of, they're ready to go pretty much. But then Johnson & Johnson, we need more data. And it's really, overall, it was more of an indictment against Johnson & Johnson.
This is unfortunate. The Wayback Machine has not archived that URL.
No. What about?
How did I read it? I don't have.
Maybe you just had the free.
Maybe I did the wrong thing. Hold on.
I'm doing the archive.
Nobody's archived it. Oh, come on, keyboard warriors.
I got it here.
You got it?
Yep.
How come you got it?
Because I got better chops.
You're a master hacker. Okay, throw the link in there. There was some interesting points why I did want to bring this up. So if you throw it in the notes there, we can hit those. Especially in the circuitous, labyrinth that is this talk about the booster. Well, we all need the booster. We're all going to get the booster, but the FDA doesn't want it. But we got to get the booster. But Fauci loves it. But people are bailing on the FDA.
Do you want me to start it and then you can pick it up?
I got it now.
Oh.
COVID-19 vaccine booster launch could be delayed for many. Federal health officials, Satan federal health officials are asking the White House to push back the start of a planned COVID-19 booster campaign, at least for the Moderna Inc. and the Johnson & Johnson vaccines. People familiar with the discussion said. So we've got mixed into the booster thing, we have the war, the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J war going on. The Food and Drug Administration needs more time. Sorry, got the show burps. I had to mute. The Food and Drug Administration needs more time to collect and assess the data on safety and efficacy, the people said. The people. Centers for Disease Control. What an impotent attempt at naming a source. Who said it? A person. The person said it. How many were there? There's 2. It's people. Center for Disease Control and Prevention Director Rochelle Walensky and acting Food and Drug Commissioner Janet Woodcock. They forgot to mention that in the last article. She's acting Food and Drug Commissioner. I think that's because Biden has not named a permanent commissioner. That's one of the sketchy things about this. Yeah. Janet Woodcock was put in charge by Biden after the former FDA guy is no longer there. And so you have an acting Food and Drug Commissioner who is basically, what that says is it's a Biden puppet. Biden puppet Janet Woodcock made the recommendation on Thursday.
It's like a puppet of a puppet.
Yeah, it's puppets all the way down, baby.
Yeah.
Made the recommendation on Thursday in a meeting with Jeffrey Zients, the White House coronavirus coordinator. Notice how they didn't call him a COVID
He's
czar.
Not a czar.
Not a czar anymore. One of the people said. One official said the process for Pfizer remains on track, but Moderna and J&J are likely to be pushed back beyond the week of September 20th. Last month, the Biden administration said people who had been vaccinated for 8 months or longer should get a booster starting September 20th. The White House said it is waiting for a full review, clearance by the FDA, and a recommendation by the CDC's Experts Advisory Panel. So Pfizer can just go ahead and throw them out because they rushed. They had their FDA approval.
We're the first.
Right, but it's holding back all the other companies. Pfizer, criminally punished organization Pfizer.
For billions.
for billions and billions
for
of
$2.5 Bitcoin in 2038
for illegally experimenting on unwilling participants, amongst other things. Yeah, they're fine. They get pushed through in 2 months. Everybody else has to wait. Quote, we always said we would follow the science, and this is all part of the process that is now underway, said Chris Meiger, a White House spokesman. Quote, when that approval and recommendation are made, we will be ready to implement the plan our nation's top doctors developed so that we are staying ahead of this virus. The New York Times earlier reported the recommendation, and yada, yada, yada. So that's kind of the point. I wanted to, let's see here. Oh, they have a Jen Psaki in here. Asked earlier this week about concerns the booster campaign was premature, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said this was a recommendation made by our nation's leading health experts based on mounds and mounds of data.
Mounds of data. Mounds.
You know, this is interesting because in the first version of this article that I read, that said months and mounds of data.
Oh.
Which is part of the reason why I put it in here, because it said months and mounds of data, which is like, okay, months? That's not really that encouraging. Months of data on a thing usually takes 7 years of data, but okay. The Biden administration has sought boosters to counter contagious variants such as Delta and correct signs of waning immunity among the vaccinated. Correct signs of waning immunity.
Just signs, not actually, just signs of it.
How interesting is that, talking about linguistics?
Yeah.
We are correcting signs of waning immunity. It doesn't say, responding to signs of waning immunity, blah, blah, blah. Correcting the signs of waning immunity, though evidence supporting the need for an extra dose, at least in the general public, isn't conclusive. State and federal health officials told the White House on Thursday they may not be able by September 20th to make a decision clearing boosters for vaccines other than the one from Pfizer and its partner BioNTech. The initial Pfizer campaign, if it does, what a great word to use there too. The initial Pfizer campaign, if it does start the week of September 20th, may also need to be limited to higher risk groups such as nursing home residents, healthcare workers, and people over 65.
Yeah, they're trying to just kill off the older folks is what I'm hearing here.
I mean, it's totally bizarre. Again, we don't have enough data to see if this is safe. Just give it to the healthcare workers and the old people. A Pfizer spokeswoman directed questions on the Biden administration's booster discussions to the U.S. government. I love that. Pfizer gets asked questions about boosters, and they're like, I don't know, ask Biden. We're not going to answer any questions. We always get in trouble when we answer questions. J&J said it is engaging with the FDA and CDC regarding boosting with its vaccine. Moderna didn't immediately respond for a request for comment. One issue stalling the discussions, one of the people said, is trying to figure out whether the Moderna vaccine booster. Now, this is weird. Okay, listen to this. One issue stalling the discussions, one of the people said, is trying to figure out whether Moderna vaccine booster should be a 50 microgram dose or a 100 microgram dose used for the first 2 shots. So, you're thinking, okay, they're trying to figure out 50 or 100 microgram. And what would it be? If you're just taking the basic concepts, it might be Moderna. Just the profit motive would be, make it another 100 micrograms. Yeah, you pay more for more vaccines, give it on out, it'd be great. But the Wall Street Journal reported that Moderna is advocating for 50 micrograms, while some in the government favor 100 micrograms amid uncertainty of durability concerns. So Moderna The
company itself is like, we think 50 should be the thing. And the government's like, nah. Double it up. Double up, baby.
No, just pump it in as much as you can.
Let's move some needles. Come on.
How crazy is that? The company with the profit motive is like, I don't know, guys. You should probably take it easy. Just do 50. That should be enough. But like the Biden administration, it's just like, nah, let's go big. Give them the 100. Go gnarly. The second issue, the person said, is figuring what the right boosting interval for the single dose J&J shot is. So yeah, no, they're all fighting over dose, fighting over this and that. And that's what they're waiting for with the FDA is how much should we give them? It's like, I don't know. I mean, look. I'm the number one person to tell you don't listen to these companies. But when Moderna is trying to pull the reins on the Biden administration.
Whoa, Biden. Let's cut that in half. We don't need to give them 100 micrograms. 50 is plenty. No, we think you should double it up.
It's just crazy.
That is insanity.
What on earth is happening?
Well, clearly not the interest of the public, I'll tell you that. And that's there was we talked about it for a moment, but this sentence is really telling to me. The Biden administration has sought boosters to counter contagious variants such as Delta and correct signs of waning immunity among the vaccinated, though evidence supporting the need for an extra dose, at least in the general public, isn't conclusive. That's been the biggest problem
in the general public, right?
This is why there's hesitancy. Not even like these crazy fringe people, but just normal citizens, even people that have been vaccinated. Why there's hesitancy for a booster? Because there's
hesitancy within the FDA.
Well, not just that, but there's no transparency for anything happening within all these shady government organizations and political ivory towers.
You have the head of the FDA's Vaccine Research and Review Department stepping down over this issue of boosters, and you're wondering why people are hesitant about this situation. I mean, just wake up. They're so the people in charge are so blatantly disconnected from the reality of the situation that it is driving their own people crazy enough to leave their cush job at the FDA, to wipe their hands, to keep blood off of their hands.
Yeah, this is I don't know. I mean, it's a narrative B because it's so revealing of this. I mean, anybody who reads this in the Wall Street Journal should be like, whoa. What is going on with our authorities? like what happened to just trust the science?
I know.
There's no science to be trusted.
They're calling the hesitant people crazy for not trusting their authoriries.
When their own people can't even.
I'm calling non-hesitant people crazy for trusting these
them.
People.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So there you go. I don't know if you wanted to do what you want to do about these last two here. But
let me just run through it real quick. Yeah, we got to get to a break. We're running very long per usual. Yes. The Atlantic, we've been all over the Atlantic and just how awful they are. They're not even really they're just a propaganda.
They're a social engineering outlet.
Yeah. But they had a story here, headline, "The downsides of masking young students are real."
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it is interesting. I don't think we necessarily need to read it.
We don't need to read it.
We can summarize it in 2 seconds. I mean, the reason we have it here is what in the world is the Atlantic doing? I mean, they're doing a narrative B thing headline here, giving credence to the concern for masking children. The whole article hovers around like, well, the science on masking children isn't solid and children can't keep masks on anyways, and it's affecting their socialization, which is, I think what's interesting is that has always been the conversation with the anti-maskers is it's like, look, you're hurting the development of children by hiding faces.
Yeah.
And to have the Atlantic, notorious social engineering tool of the machine, coming out and giving credence to those concerns. I mean, this is basically an anti-masking article from The Atlantic, but they don't get in trouble for it because they're The Atlantic.
Right.
Anybody else, with all the battles with going back to school and masking right now, the Texas anti-mandate laws, everything, it's all revolved around, this is not great for children. And you have The Atlantic supporting that. It was a very strange narrative B coming out from them.
Yeah, but I did see a lot of libjos on Twitter. I'm so disappointed in The Atlantic. This is the most shameful article The Atlantic has ever written. I was like, this is definitely narrative B coming out of The Atlantic. That is very strange. Why would they do that?
We love tearing apart The Atlantic for their non-journalist social engineering program they're running. But this was very interesting for them to run that, which I think strengthens our whole, our theory about the tanker, the super tanker making a turn in the ocean. It takes a long time, but eventually, the back of the boat catches up. And I think that's what we're seeing with The Atlantic.
Well, as part of that, speaking of children and masks, this is from CBS Denver. The headline is "Dozens of Thunder Ridge High School students walk out of class for walk out of class for mask protest." And I have the clip here, and of course they interview the MAGA hat kid and everything else. So here it is.
No more masks.
This was the scene outside Thunder Ridge High in Highlands Ranch this morning. Students there took part in a walkout to protest Tri-County Health's new mask mandate. The county is requiring all students 2 and older to wear masks while in school or child care facilities, and no county is allowed to opt out. Some students say they've had enough.
This is going to be the 3rd year of my high school career that's compromised. I want a normal high school career. If you are scared, you can stay home.
These people agree with me. They hate masks, and I do
too. There you go. Yeah.
Wow.
Just a bunch of rowdy white kids.
I loved what that kid said, though. Hey, if you're scared, stay home.
Yeah, the kid with the MAGA hat, and he's wearing a mask, but he's got a giant hole in it, which is I like the signaling there. But yeah, it's interesting that they made it a news report, which again speaks to giving weight to the narrative B side of the conversation here. Because I mean, there's some kids protesting, but this wasn't a tremendous amount of kids, maybe like 30, 40 kids. So, very interesting to keep an eye on. And
2-year-olds. How in the world is a 2-year-old going to keep a mask on? That's impossible.
I don't know what they're thinking.
All right. Well, speaking of which, if you're over 2 years old, you don't have to wear a mask to come to this producer party. Let's take a break.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
Okie dokie, folks. We're just going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere after
the fastest break ever.
Fastest break ever. We're
the
going to be catching up
break.
With geoengineering, climate change, Afghanistan, New World Order, DNA, Days of Noah, all sorts of stuff after the break. But before that, we want to take a second and thank some of our producers. That's right. I said producers because that's what they are. Who are these producers? Well, they're people who have gotten value, any sort of value out of this show, whether it's entertainment or education or the resources of our show notes, whatever the case may be. They figured, hey, I get value out of this. I want it to keep going, so I put value back in. It's called the value for value system, folks, and it's the only way to go in this new and evolving future we are all stepping into, where advertising is making itself available to all sort of quote-unquote independent media people. But the fact of the matter is, if your podcasters or YouTubers or whatever are taking money from advertising, they are not truly independent. I'm not calling anybody out. We've had some creators in the past get mad at us for talking about it like this, but we have to talk about the truth. And the truth is, if your people, if your content creators are taking advertising dollars, that that means that they are working within a guideline that allows them to be brand friendly to worldwide corporations that maybe they shouldn't necessarily be brand friendly to. I mean, that's the whole point. If you're taking advertising dollars, that means you're not talking about the things you're not allowed to talk about, or you're talking about the things that they want you to talk about. And once you get that sweet, sweet advertising money, it's really hard to disconnect yourself from that trap. And we see it over and over again. That's why we've never stepped into the trap, folks. Advertising, big problem. It's the justification for all the big data collection, the privacy concerns, the Chinese apps, everything. It's all justified by advertising. It's when Facebook sends you that little notification like, hey, we're collecting your data just because we want to make your personal experience better. We're going to personalize Facebook. We're going to give you ads that you love. Meanwhile, what that really means is, hey, thanks. We are getting paid to manipulate your behavior, your spending patterns, and we know how to do it. We've got the science to be able to extract dollars from you that you wouldn't otherwise need to spend. And that's why we don't do it here, folks. We're on the value for value model, which disconnects not just us, but you from the tyranny of the advertising industry. But it does put some responsibility into your hands. If you enjoy this show or shows like it, you like what we're doing here, it can only continue with the responsible stewardship of our listeners who support the show and become producers. And that's a big deal. We recognize when people take that seriously. And I'd like to read a note from somebody who does take it seriously. This is from producer Faye Liverin, and sent us a testimonial for the value for value model. And it goes like this. I've been a monthly supporter via Patreon for several years now, and I feel it's time that I verbalize to you the value that I get from the show. Despite Baz having to be the pitch man every day in and out, I kind of get pumped when he promotes the value for value model. Atta girl, Faye Liverin, thank you very much. I get pumped too, and I think it's important that we all sort of get pumped about the value for value model. Faye Liverin continues, I found the show after being a follower of Face Like the Sun for quite a while. I began to anxiously await that precious 30 minutes every week. That's back when we did the show a half hour a week. Then suddenly my favorite guys are doing this for multiple hours a day, several days a week. Well, I knew I had to up my Patreon game. Finally, after the heartbreaking day where there were no new producers, I feel I have to up my game once again and become a producer of the show. It is but a token of the value that I get back. I love that you take the more difficult path and read from actual news sources. Oh, thank you for recognizing that. It is not easy, but it has to be done.
Yeah.
This makes for a lot of credibility when I'm passing these news stories on to people I know. That's the point. Yeah, we could read weird blogs and independent, conspiracy theorists, and sometimes we bring those up when they're relevant. But it's these mainstream sources comparing it against itself that gives you credibility when you're talking to other people, and that's the point. It's not about you feeling good about your own position during the show. It's equipping you to interact with others. Faye Liverin goes on. Since you've been doing this so long, you are able to tie together threads that you've been following for the past decade. I'm even starting to see the patterns on my own. Oh, bravo, Faye Liverin. I often listen to you while I'm running errands with my 10-year-old son. You are the only show that I feel good about playing within his earshot, and he often will comment and ask questions about what is going on with these stories. Your ability to do this work and laugh sets you apart from many others in this sphere whom I've come to think of as despair merchants.
Ooh.
Yeah. Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's heavy. Thank you. You guys are absolutely crushing and so are the many other producers who make this show what it is. I no longer skip the break because I can't bear to miss Dame Allie's or Sir Dove's artwork. or to get updates on meetups. Well, there you go, folks. Thank you so much, Fail Liverin. What a wonderful collection of the value that you get from the show. And I know that there's listeners who are not yet producers out there who get the same type of value. And hopefully, not every single producer has to produce every show, but if everybody out there who gets value out of the show puts some value in at least some of the time, that's how the show keeps going. And so that's why we take the time to thank everybody, because it is a courageous act to put your money where your mouth is, to support true independent media. And I mean, times are tough for everybody. We totally understand, which is why it's so courageous and so important to thank these producers by name. And that's what we're going to do right now. Gons, are you ready?
Been ready.
He's been ready, folks. He's being impatient.
I'm always impatient.
But the first place that you can become a producer is at patreon.com/CCNT for Canary Cry News Talk. Patreon.com/CCNT. And there's no new producers over on the Patreon, Guns, but we do have some upgrading producers. So are you ready to thank them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first upgrading producer is M. Nelson. Thank you very much, producer M. Nelson. We also have another upgrading producer, and that is producer Autumn W.
Thank you, Autumn W.
I love it. I love seeing the upgrading producer, and that should be a testament. It's a testament to for me, but it should be a testament to other producers that, once you're signed up monthly, you can kind of set it and forget it. And that's awesome. You're doing your part. But to actually take the time to upgrade it means you've continued not just to continue to get value, but to increase in the value you've been receiving. So that says a lot. Thank you very much to our upgrading producers. Now, here's the thing. Patreon is not the only way to support the show. A lot of people don't like Patreon, and that's okay. That's why we have CanaryCry.com/support.
CanaryCry.com/support.
That's right. CanaryCry.com/support is a great place. You can learn about the value for value model. You can learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. You can support the show with your cryptocurrency if you're a cool crypto Chad. And you can support the show on a monthly basis, become a monthly producer of the show, which we are so grateful to all of our recurring producers for helping lay down a firm foundation to keep the show going. But if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount. Gons, who is coming in over there?
On the PayPal. Well, we're going to start off with our executive producer for episode 354, and that is Dame of Rivendell.
Yahoo! That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Dame of Rivendell, who's our executive producer of Canary Cry News Talk, episode 384. It's been a few episodes since we've had an executive producer, Gons. So this is good.
Where'd you find this?
Dame of Rivendell came in with $111.11. 11111. And a note, sorry for the delay. I donated 11111 for today's show. I've been behind on my donations. I have a quick prayer request. Okay, listen up, producers. Calling all producers. We need a jingle for that. Let's do that. So somebody out there, a little jingle for the producers.
I thought we had one.
I thought we did too. Well, why don't you look around? Yeah. I'm thinking, like a
news break,
like a telegraph thing, like some what is it called? The code, the
Morse code.
Morse code, like a beep 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 beep. Calling all producers.
I think we had some artwork, but I don't know that we had an actual jingle.
There you go, jingle makers. Get on it.
Yep.
I have a quick prayer request. Okay, listen up, producers. I'm about to lose my job over a vax mandate by my employer at the end of this week.
Wow.
Please. Wow, that's this week. That could be today.
Please pray
please pray for peace and that God will provide. Thank you, Dame of Rivendell. There you go, producers. Get on the job. Dame of Rivendell. Job is in trouble, is uncertain. I will say this. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this. We get a lot of producers actually who reach out about this sort of thing. It's certainly different in every industry and with every skill set and with every thing. But there are a lot of reports out there. As we know, there's this whole worker shortage. There is more power in the workers' hands now than ever before. And I pray and am confident that those who lose their job by not complying to an illegal vax mandate, or at least unethical vax mandate, there's some place out there. There are people who own companies, are CEO of companies, or are hiring managers or whatever, who are aware of the situation. And more than anything, I just pray that you get connected to the right company, because I think no matter what your industry, no matter what your skill set, that's one of the benefits of this weird sort of shortage of labor out there, is that it gives a little bit more power, and there are companies out there who are not so quick to bend the knee. So there you go, producers. Pray for Dame of Rivendell, and keep us posted, Dame of Rivendell. We want to know how this turns out for you.
Yep. Thank you very much for the executive producership. And yeah, I mean, hopefully, I'm wondering what kind of, because we had those resources too a couple episodes ago that you can maybe look into in terms of
the religious exemptions.
Yeah, the exemptions. See if that gets anywhere. You know, I mean, there could be some companies that would fire you because you even did that. You know, so I mean, it just kind of depends.
How disgusting is that?
I mean, know it is, but it is what it is.
Bend the knee to the medical tyranny, or be unable to feed your family. Take your choice. I mean, it is truly evil.
Yeah, it's definitely exposing. I don't think we've seen such a divisive topic in, at least in my lifetime, that would divide. You know, it's so divisive that you're finding yourself agreeing with a small segment of the LGBTQ plus community.
Right.
Of hey, you guys are in with us with the anti-jab. You know, it's kind of a weird thing.
I mean, it shows how much it spans. It's not just political. It's not just spiritual. It's not just social. It's all things.
It's everything, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dame of Rivendell. Next up, we have Aaron J.
Aaron J is on a streak. 6 episodes in a row, which means Aaron J is on fire. He's on fire! Now, Aaron J came in with 77.77. God bless you, Aaron J. And a note for, that makes, what is that? Fanny pack full of sevens. For a few weeks now, Satan health officials thing was my favorite, but now I might have to rethink that after, I might need to rethink that after I am vaccine. Just funny stuff. You got a I am vaccine for Aaron J?
I got both here.
Satan federal health officials.
I am vaccine.
That's great. Thank you, Aaron J.
That's Kevin, one of the 3 Kevins running for the gubernatorial.
Oh, are you going to give a Kevin update? An update on your text message from last episode?
Yeah, I will. Yeah. Do you want me to do it now, or you want me to?
I don't know.
Well, we brought it up.
Yeah. Might as well. So this is the type of Easter eggs that you have to stick around for the producer segment for. We're not going to save it for all those break skippers.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so I mentioned in the last episode that I got a text from Aja with Gavin Newsom's Stop the Republican Recall of Governor Newsom campaign committee. And I responded to the text. I first said, no, I don't like Gavin. And then they responded, thank you for letting me know. May I ask who you're planning to support?
And we thought about this for a second, and we came up with you should just say Kevin. Because there's like 8 Kevins running, and we're just like messing with these people.
So I say Kevin. 2 hours later, I get a response. Okay, I'm sure the back room at the Gavin Newsom
I was just playing the long game
campaign committee was, how should we respond? Okay, so they responded to me 2 hours later. I understand. Oh no, I'm sorry, I skipped something. Oh, so I say Kevin. 2 hours later, they respond, which Kevin? Question mark.
Which is perfect, which is exactly what we were looking for.
Kevin. Oh, that was great, yeah.
Did you respond? Did you tell her which Kevin?
Yeah, I said, not vaccine.
Kevin not vaccine.
I am vaccine.
Not that Kevin.
Which only cuts out one of the Kevins.
Yeah. And they responded, I understand. Take care and enjoy the rest of your day. I think they had enough of me.
They gave up on you. That's so funny. That's hilarious.
Anyway, there you go.
All right. Funny.
Thank you, Aaron J.
Good.
Next up, this is Faye-Liv. Oh my gosh, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, it's Faye-Liv-Rin.
Yes,
right.
Faye-Liv-Rin. Got to get back on the right board here. Yeah, Faye-Liv-Rin.
Thank you very much, Faye-Liv-Rin, and sent a note. Says I'll send an email with my value for value testimony, which she did. Thank you very much. We read it at the beginning. Loved it. Thank you, Faye-Liv-Rin.
Thank you, Faye-Liv-Rin. Next up, we have Lou H.
That's right. Lou H came in. Nice round number. Not going to read the number and no note, but thank you very much, producer Lou H.
Yes, thank you very much. Which I don't know if there's. I must have. It's either on my computer end or maybe something with the document thing we use. But every time I typed in LU, my computer automatically did I love you.
Oh, that's funny.
And I was like, no, that's not. I'm not trying to. Anyway, Lou,
well, we love you.
We
love you, Lou H. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Maureen M.
Producer Maureen M came in with 3330. Thank you very much. I think that counts as one of our Illuminati handlers for the day.
Yeah. Yep. Certainly does. Thank you very much. Next up, we have producer Michael G.
Michael G came in with $33. Another one of our Illuminati handlers, and a note: I am watching. I am listening. I am with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sweet and punchy. I like it.
We are watching. We are listening. We are with you, Michael G.
Thank you very much, Michael G. Next up, we have Inkspot.
Inkspot came in with 1059. Don't know what that means, but it's very specific. So read it.
Yep. No note.
No note.
Thank you, Inkspot. Next, we have Sir Casey the Shield Knight.
Sir Casey the Shield Knight. Oh my gosh, I did not get his streak on here, but of course, Sir Casey is on a streak. They're on a streak. And Sir Casey has been supporting for 53 episodes in a row. Thank you very much, Sir Casey.
Wow. Just keeps on going.
Keeps on going.
Next up, producer Laura C.
Laura C. These must have come in after. Oh, no. Did Laura C come in? Nope. Thank you very much, Laura C. I believe Laura C is our filthy unvaxxed animal locked down in Australia.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hopefully the truckers are helping you out over there.
1 week left, Laura C. You can do this.
Next up, Juan A.
Juan A is on a streak. Been supporting for 13 episodes in a row. It comes in with a pocket full of nines, and he wrote a note here. The point is this: whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows bountifully will also reap bountifully. 2 Corinthians 9:6. It's Friday. Do you guys use GarageBand for jingles? If so, dude. And then he puts sort of a very coy-looking emoji. We do not use GarageBand. I know that at least one of our jingle makers has GarageBand on his phone, and he produces very good jingles with it. So I don't know what your coy little emoji looks like. I don't know if that's approval or disapproval, but good luck if you're trying to learn the GarageBand. Juan A was the producer who had just a great little testimony from last week, some good things happening. And so I think that's when he says the point is, Those who reap sparingly, or sow sparingly, reap sparingly, and sow bountifully, reap bountifully.
Yep. Very good.
Yep.
Thank you very much,
right.
1A.
He's been blessed tremendously by the Lord and is going to be tithing to the show. Thank you very much, 1A.
Right. Thank you very much, Juan.
You're the man.
Next up, we have JC.
JC has been supporting the show for 9 episodes in a row. He's on a streak. And that means that JC is lit, baby.
Where'd you find this?
Hey, you lit now.
Comes in with a pocket full of 7s. How come everyone can say time is a flat circle and it be the cool thing to say these days, but then I can say the same thing about the world and all of a sudden I'm one of those flat earthers. Yeah, that's a good point.
That is a good point.
If Matthew McConaughey said the earth is a flat circle, then it'd probably be cooler. Did you watch that show?
I don't know what show.
The time is a flat circle quote comes from Matthew McConaughey in True Detective.
Oh, I did not.
A few years ago. Good show. Very sort of a detective fighting occult satanic stuff in Louisiana, I think.
Oh, of course. Matthew McConaughey.
Like that, or in the Ozarks, Appalachians, somewhere around there. Yeah. All right. There you go, JC. Yeah, sorry, buddy. The earth is a flat circle.
Thank you, JC. Next up, we have Big Tank.
Big Tank, what's your 20?
This is Grover Ducky. What's your 10-20? Over. Check in. We got us a convoy. Over.
That's right, Big Tank, one of the Canary Cry truckers, has been sort of supporting the show 7 episodes in a row. He's on a streak.
Oh, yes, he is.
Comes in with 777, pocket full of 7s, and a note says 7 shows, pocket full of 7s. Pray blessings over both you fellas as well as the whole CC family. Much love and have a great weekend. Big Tank. Thank you very much, Big Tank.
Thank you, Big Tank. Next, we have some Satoshis from Chibi.
Chibi, Crypto Streaker is on a 5-episode streak.
She's on a streak.
Thank you very much, Chibi. Comes in with a pocket full of 5s worth of Satoshis.
Yep. Next, we have producer Veronica D.
Veronica D is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
19 episodes in a row. Comes in with 384, the show number producership, and a robot emoji.
Says it all, doesn't it?
Yep. What else is there to say?
Next up, producer Scott K.
Scott K is on a big old streak. 44 episodes in a row, coming in with 384, the show number producership. No, thank you very much, Scott K. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott K. Next up, we have Dalton H.
Dalton H is here, continuing his Fibonacci sequence, coming in with 377. Thank you, Dalton.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Dalton in a little bit, so much like the Fibonacci spiral, there's more time in between.
Lengthening, lengthening time between.
Yes, very much time is a flat spiraling cone.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Next up, we have Brant W.
Brant W is on a streak. 8 episodes in a row, pocket full of 3s, and he says, "Let me holla at ya. Holla, 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 holla." Thank you very much, Brant.
You know that video where I got that from? It's from
Dave Chappelle.
It's not Dave Chappelle.
Well, it's not Dave Chappelle, but it's from the Chappelle Show.
Well, the Chappelle Show made it popular years later, but the actual footage is from I think it's the 80s of a black man. He's in bell bottoms or something. Maybe it was even 70s. God. And he's being filmed saying holla, 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 holla.
I know. That's from the Chappelle Show.
No, but there was an actual guy who did it before the Chappelle Show. I'm telling you, unless I'm totally deceived.
I'm telling you, the Chappelle Show skit that has holla, holla, holla is a guy from the 70s in bell bottoms doing that. I don't know. Maybe he's recreating.
I think he was recreating some. Yeah, I think he was recreating something from his own past and popularized it.
From his own past. Yeah, I forget that guy's name, but he was a famous guy in the past.
Yeah.
I don't know. We can agree to disagree, but very interesting. That's what friends do, folks.
Yeah. All right. Where were we? We were at Brant W. All right. Thank you, Brant W. Spurring on debates within the beginning of the end of the show as the fabric starts to tear over the origin of Holla Holla Holla. Next up, Pizza Rat.
Pizza Rat is on a streak. 4 episodes in a row, pocket full of threes and a note. I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" Then said I, "Here I am, send me." Isaiah 6:8. Thank you very much, Pizza Rat.
Thank you, Pizza Rat. Appreciate the producership, and we will mention the meetups in a moment here. Next up, we have producer Gail M.
Gail M is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
21 episodes in a row, which means Gail M is an EMP meltdown.
Uh-oh. Do we have an EMP meltdown?
I think we do. It might have been named something else. So while you find it, I'll say she came in with 316, little cup of coffee emoji, and it says, "I wish you both a happy, fun, relaxing weekend. You deserve it so much. See you Monday. Mi chicos dolce. XXXXX." Oh.
I don't think
we might not have.
I don't think we do. I mean, I think we've been using the laser sound for EMP meltdown.
Yeah. Well, maybe it needs to be renamed. It seems like 21 needs to have a different name than EMP meltdown.
Blackjack.
But, anywho, Blackjack Flapperjacka. All right. Thank you very much, Gail.
Sorry, I'm marking that. All right. Next up, we have Daniel S.
Daniel S is on a streak. 3 episodes in a row, which means Daniel S is heating up.
He's heating up.
Coming in.
Oh, what happened there? That was crazy. Oh no, you know what happened? I didn't switch windows, so when I hit keys on my keyboard, it triggered different jingles. It triggered the climate change jingle and like the Shatner jingle or something. So yeah, sorry about that.
Wow, fun. Coming in with 233 in a note, and my lines will give you visions like those hymns. Oh, okay. Sorry, I got to get in there. My lines will give you visions like those hymns in church. Our Lord comes back on a mission to begin the purge. We're from sin besmirched, Adam's crimson surge, but God gave us clear predictions like that Simpsons merch. Dang, brother. That was a good one, Daniel S.
I like that one.
Yeah, I tried to give it a little bit more laid back, but it was there. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you, producer Daniel S.
But God gave us clear predictions like that Simpsons merch is very good. Yeah.
All right. Keep them coming. Next up, we have producer Ciara.
Producer Ciara's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
16 episodes in a row. And a note, if I can get to it. I can't. There it is. And God said, "Let the earth sprout vegetation, plants yielding seeds, and fruit trees bearing fruit, in which is their seed, each according to its kind on the earth." And it was so. Genesis 1:11 ESV.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ciara. Next up, we have... last but not least, Runk Smash.
Runk Smash is on a streak. 8 episodes in a row, coming in with 195 a penny for each character of this microfiction, which now goes like this. Basil is pulled sharply towards a temporal black hole as he feels his flipping arms start to spaghettify. A tentacle grabs him by the waist and pulls him aboard the ship. It's attached to... quote, "Welcome to the Magoctopod," says a familiar voice. Wow. There's so many references put into one microfiction. Thank you very much, Runk Smash.
Thank you, Runk Smash. And that will do it for the producers for episode 384 that came in with their treasure and some with notes and poems. And actually, there's a couple that... also sent in other things, but we'll get to that.
Yes.
You can support the show with your time and talent as well. And we want to thank Rachel C. for doing the timestamps for episode 383.
Thank you, Rachel C.
Thank you, Rachel C.
RUK timestamper.
And we have some jingles to highlight today.
We have a new jingle.
And the first one comes from producer Joe H., who sent in a booster jingle. He says, "Hi, gents. As I was discussing the vaccine booster shots with my wife, she was reminded of the 1996 Christmas comedy Jingle All the Way, which stars the freedom-hating Arnold Schwarzenegger."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the freedom hater.
Screw your freedom.
One of the characters in the movie is named Booster, the underappreciated sidekick of the hero Turbo Man. I found the scene where Booster is publicly berated and assaulted by Sinbad and thought it would be perfect to translate into a timely jingle. These are trying times, so having a little fun is a must. Hope you enjoy, and God bless. Joe H. with the Booster jingle.
You know what? Nobody likes you, Booster.
It's good.
Nobody likes you, Booster.
That's
we got to have
good.
that one on hand as the Booster talk continues. Wow, that would have been a great jingle for today's show.
I know, and if you noticed in the show notes, I did have jingles at the top in the intro section. I had considered, and I totally forgot to talk to you about it. I'd considered maybe doing some of this producer.
Well, let's do that. Let's do that production meeting right now. I think, if jingles come in that are relevant before their sort of debut in the jingle section, I think we should just play them.
Okay.
Yeah. Because this next one would have been really good for today's show too.
Yeah, there's a few here, and the next one. Thank you, Joe H. for
Thank you
the
very much,
contribution.
Joe H. We'll definitely be putting that in the hopper.
Yep. And next up is Learbag 3000. Came in with a few jingles here. And the first one is Nifty 50. I'm going to go ahead and play Nifty 50.
This is the Nifty 50 Jubilee Jamboree. Nifty 50 Jubilee, that's what it is. Very good. That'll be the jingle for when people hit 50 episodes producing in a row, which I believe Scott K is next in line for. So we'll have a jingle for you, Scott K.
Yep. He also sent in more Schmogan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me see here. Is this more Schmogan? I don't know if I have this one right.
I think the next one goes first. I think ivermectin is first.
Okay. So ivermectin is another jingle he sent in.
Ivermectin. I got COVID. Ivermectin. All kinds of meds. Ivermectin. Everything. Ivermectin. Boom, he took ivermectin.
That is so good. That would have been so good to play today.
Is that
but
Joe
sure
Rogan and Alex Jones?
I didn't hear the Alex Jones. Was that him at the end?
I think that's him at the end right here. Hold on, let me just play.
That is a.
Well, it's got to be Alex Jones, right?
Play the whole thing again. That is a bop, dude.
Ivermectin. I got COVID. Ivermectin. All kinds of meds. Ivermectin. Everything. Ivermectin. Boom, he took ivermectin.
That's good. Yeah, great job, Learbag.
Yep. And this last one is more Schmogan.
Joe Schmogan.
Antibody, CPAP, prednisone, monoclonal antibody, CPAP, prednisone. I feel good.
Monoclonal antibody, Z-Pack, prednisone.
That's really good. Okay, so his
Do it
note here.
again. I gotta hear it again.
All
It's
right.
so good.
Monoclonal antibody, CPAP, prednisone, monoclonal antibody, CPAP, prednisone. I feel good.
Oh, jeez. Learbag's got that nasty trap beat on these things. Holy smokes.
Says, hey, buds, you asked for more hip-hop trap, so here you go. I've got another one coming. Oh, yes, another one. Not sure if you'd be able to use it, although methinks now that Schmogan mentioned it, it will get a cycle. But I personally think these are hilarious. Also wanted to mention that I will be posting my personal testimony to my channel here in about a month. I'll send a dono to let you know when it's up, but would love for y'all to check it out. So we definitely will when that happens.
Send it on over and keep the jingles going. Yeah, the ivermectin and Joe Schmogan stuff will He's definitely always making it into the cycle. And ivermectin, I have a feeling this will not be the last time we'll hear of it. So we'll definitely use these jingles again.
Yep. Thank you, Joe H. Thank you, Learbag 3000. And now it's time to do some art.
One art, please.
And first up, we have Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this piece is called Gangnam Style.
Gangnam Style.
And I don't know where to read first. They sent a note here with an article. It's always good. This is partly why you shouldn't miss the break, because you're actually getting some other stories that we may not cover. Mm-hmm. And this is a NBCnews.com headline: Kim Jong-un rejects COVID vaccine offer, urges North Korea to fight pandemic in, quote, our style. And that's where the artwork comes from. It is a pencil depiction of Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, I've actually been kind of keeping up with the Kim Jong-un stuff lately. Mm-hmm. And this is interesting because a recent video of him came out, doing a whole parade thing and all this crazy stuff. And the dude has lost like 100 pounds, which is very interesting. He was very sick for a while. He had that time where he disappeared and they said he was getting a surgery. I mean,
brain surgery or something, right?
Something is wrong with this guy, and he is very young. He's only 30 something. I think he's 36. But in this new video, I mean, he lost 100 pounds. The dude, I mean, he's still, he's like an average American, where the rest of his country are being starved to death by his psychopathic, dictatorship. But yeah, dude lost a lot of weight. But I like this pencil drawing because it reminds us of just how big and jolly he used to be.
Well, I think the note here, quoted out of the article, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un ordered officials to wage a tougher epidemic prevention campaign in, quote, our style, after he turned down some foreign COVID-19 vaccines offered via the UN-backed immunization program. During a Politburo meeting Thursday, Kim said officials must, quote, bear in mind that tightening epidemic prevention is the task of paramount importance, which must not be loosened even a moment, the official Korean Central News Agency reported Friday, while stressing the need for material and technical means of virus prevention and increasing health workers' qualifications. Kim also called for, quote, further rounding off our style epidemic prevention system, KCNA said.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
The scary thing about it, he's saying like, oh, we don't need everyone else.
I understand that, but what does he mean, our style? Like, if someone gets COVID, you just shoot them dead?
Well, that's the scary part about it, Gons, is because you hear his statements about, now remember, this is the most controlling psychopathic dictator. I mean, speaking of Joe Schmogan, he had, what's her name? I forget what her name is, which I hate to do because she had an incredible story. He had someone who escaped from North Korea.
Wasn't it found out that she was a little more of a propagandist than she was leading on?
No. I believe her. I listened to her thing. They were trying to say that she was a propagandist and like tear apart her story. But, that's pro-North Korea, I think it's pro-North Korea propaganda, trying to make her sound like a liar because she made it sound so, living in North Korea, so outrageous. Just sort of a dictatorial, sketchy way. But that's all besides the point. The point is when Kim Jong-un, the young king of North Korea, notoriously savage to his people, sounds exactly like leaders in the West about how to defeat the coronavirus. That's very scary to, or should be very scary to Westerners who are, have leaders who are allegedly democratically elected and, are elected to enact the will of the people. When Biden starts to sound like Kim Jong-un, that's something we should be worried about.
Yeah.
But anyways, thanks for the art, Allie.
Thank you, Allie. And yeah, bringing us, again, stories that we don't cover here.
He looks so friendly.
He's just a friendly, jolly man who likes basketball.
Our holy leader or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, thank you very much, Dame Allie. Keep it coming. Next up, we have Sir Dove coming in. Oh, he's got a jingle.
One art piece from Dove.
It's actually 2 art pieces. Completely forgot to email you these designs this morning. I hope it's not too late. Nope, not too late. For this week's Friday Street Team Designs, I did a sticker for the Kool-Aid Man. There's what we're seeing on the screen at the moment.
Yes, based on Juan A's breakdown of the 666 on the Kool-Aid Man's thing. We've got a very angry, demonic-looking Kool-Aid Man with the 666 on his face. The Kool-Aid Man is holding a skull filled with blood, pouring it into his own body, which is hilariously terrifying.
Yeah.
And with flaming letters, he's going, "Oh, yeah." And at the bottom, you could see a CanaryCry.Party down there. So I think this one would definitely catch some interested eyeballs on the streets. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
3 ice cubes as well.
Whoa, bro.
Like cubes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, so that one. And then also he has this other one, which is a flyer for Captain Cuomo.
Yes. Sorry, I have a cat who I did not know earlier was in here, and I'm going to have to let him out between the break. Yes. Oh, this is great. It's like a lost pet flyer for those who are just listening. It says reward, and it's a picture of Cuomo. He's looking so cute. He's holding a big doggy, and it says microchipped and neutered, friendly, white with gray. What?
Did you just say Cuomo's looking so cute?
Yeah, he's like cuddling his dog. He's like holding him. He's like cuddling his doggy. Yeah, this looks very friendly. This is not so much the reality of what he thinks about his dog. But hold on, the punchline is coming.
Sure.
Microchipped and neutered, friendly white with gray and brown patches. Answers to Captain Cuomo, hates kisses. Last seen near Governor's Mansion. Reward if found and kept. Please, somebody take my dog. So Cuomo will give you money to take his dog away. He's done. He's done with Captain. And then in missing pet fashion, there's the Canary
contact.
The CanaryCry.Party on the little strips of paper you can tear off at the bottom. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
Thank you, Sir Dove.
That one is definitely printable and pastable. Again, I think the social engineering behind this.
I was going to say that this is very clever because the unsuspecting individual that would look at this and think, what is happening?
Yeah.
I must find out what is going on.
Rip off the contact and visit CanaryCry.Party.
Yeah, which is they'll find a link tree, which I guess would be kind of confusing in general. But
no, they'll figure it out. It's all a part of the exploration, the discovery. It's more exciting for new people if they discover the podcast through some strange social engineering flyer.
I might print this out and just post it on my my local, because we have community mailboxes. There's a little section you can
hang
post
them up everywhere. Put them on the telephone poles. Put them everywhere.
I'll give it a shot. Okay, thank you very much, Sir Dove. Appreciate both of those. I may test some of these, or start to test them, which I should have done already, but I guess I'll get around to it.
Once a producer, I think Dove said he wanted to be involved in this. I'm not trying to make assumptions, but yes, once some producers take it upon themselves to, start activating these street team materials, they'll all be ready for you.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have one from Sigger the Beast, Sir Sigger the Beast, which is
Yes, quick little one here. He took the Chick-fil-A ad that has the cow, with the sandwich sign that says "Eat more chicken," and at the bottom it says, "What does it say?"
I have the Moo variant.
I have the Moo variant. Yes, very good. There you go. Chick-fil-A fans.
His note said, "Here's a cheap little art piece for the Moo variant where I added some fine print to the bottom of the sign. Enjoy. Thank you."
Yes, I think maybe stretching the definition of art piece a little bit, but it's okay. I mean, what are we got? No time? We got all the time in the world, Gons. We can spend 7 hours. Now, thank you very much, Sir Sigra.
Thank you, Sir Sigra. Next up, we have one from Mr. Magoo.
That's right. We got another Mr. Magoo piece here, and it's a two-paneled thing. On the left-hand side, it says CCNT in a nutshell. Okay, let's put it around in a nutshell here. We've got Basil on the left-hand side.
What are you looking at? I think you're looking at the wrong thing. Mr. Magoo has one Magoo NFT, please.
Oh, yes, they're in the wrong order on our doc here. Yes. Oh, that's funny. One NFT redeemable at Magoo's Left-Handed Emporium and Gonzo's Kitchen. That's funny. This is better than a lot of the NFTs I've seen.
That's
Mr. Magoo, so.
This NFT will sell for 300 Ethereum.
Yeah, I was going to say, we could make a few grand on this. Thank you very much.
Few? Okay, like tens of thousands of dollars if it gets the right attention.
Yeah, we could make more, but, there's fools out there ready to drop an Ethereum on this NFT.
At least one, yeah.
Yeah, we could get one, and that's enough.
Sure.
I mean, that's instant knighthood for...
Oh, that's Mr. more than
Magoo.
knighthood. That's like, we got to come up with something else if that's the case. That's like 4 knighthoods.
I know. You're talking about something that's on our to-do list for many months now.
I know.
Don't worry, folks. We will figure it out. But thank you very much, Mr. Magoo.
Thank you, Mr. Magoo. Last piece of art comes from Patrick is a Monkey. And that is the piece that you started describing.
That's
there.
right. Okay,
yeah.
We got a 2-panel thing here from Patrick is a Monkey. On the left-hand side, it says CCNT in a nutshell. And there's Basil on the left. I've got my googly eyes, my headset. I've got a flip coin, a flippy shirt on. And I'm wearing crocheted pants for some reason. And then on the right-hand side, we've got Gons in his Jinko jeans and his... boxing gloves, and what does that shirt say, Gons?
Oyaji.
What does that mean?
Father.
Oh, good.
Or like dad.
And Basil says, "Hey, Gons, I got a new cat." And Gons says, "What's its name?" The next panel is a zoom in to the cat's collar with a little tag that says "Value for Value Model." That's a great name for a cat.
V4V.
V4V. Come here, little guy.
Patrick is a Monkey came in with a note. He says, "Hi guys, doodling is the extent of my art skills, but I couldn't help but honor Basil's passion for his favorite method of podcast funding. I hope the picture I took of it isn't terrible quality." No, it's not. "Please take note, Basil's pants here are knitted."
Yeah. Okay, I'm taking note. I'm not sure why they're knitted.
Is that
something? Have we talked about knitted pants before?
You may have said something.
That sounds familiar.
We fell off the Canary Cry wagon for a while, my husband more so. We've been enjoying tuning back in and hope to stop being money changers in the future.
Dun, dun, dun.
He was extremely sorry to hear about the other channel being deleted. He listened to it for many years. Please play the dinosaur noises jingle. I was listening live that fateful day, and to me, that is the only jingle.
That's funny.
Yahweh bless.
Is there one in jingle form, or is it just the full song?
I think, I might have gotten rid of it.
You can play the first few seconds of the song.
Yeah, wait.
But you may have gotten rid of it.
No. I haven't gotten rid of the song. We play it every once in a while.
Oh my goodness. Very good. There you go. You got some dinosaur noises.
It's a velociraptor, to be specific.
Yes. And making those noises will be probably the pinnacle of my entire career. So thank you very much for bringing it up.
Because I think it's worth the part that makes it is not that beginning part, it's the end. That's the one.
That was good. Thank you very much. Okay. Meetups.
Yes, meetups.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Go visit CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Learn how to organize your own meetup. Learn all the meetups that are happening across the world.
And go to them.
Yes, and go to them.
Very
as many
important.
as you can.
Very important part. Go to them, meet other Canarians. People with a like mind and a like heart. And you never know, when things go sideways, you're going to want some people on the same page.
Yeah, producer Ciara leading the way with Missouri on 9/11, Ohio October 30th, and NorCal on November 6th, SoCal December 4th. Oh gosh, I always forget to do things. I need to find that note we got from producer Kim. Do you want to push the thing while I try to find it?
Push the thing. Yes, I don't have it pulled up. Give me a second.
All right. Well,
what I'm doing now, folks, is I am heading over to CanaryCry.Meetups.com, where you should all be heading as well, because over there on CanaryCry.Meetups.com, you can get all of the information on all of the meetups. Why is it not coming auto-populating on my thing? That's weird. Meetups. Yes, you will notice you can find the meetup that will be near you, or you will be near it. And there's contact information for the people putting those on, which is very important. Get in contact with them and you'll learn all the details. Everybody has a lot of fun. It's good stuff. I forgot where you left off, Gons, but we got, let's see,
the
Missouri
Oregon meetup.
Oh,
we already did all that. Yeah, I was trying to find the note from producer Kim, and I can't seem to find it here, but
yeah, well, I'll save the Oregon meetup because we don't have any info on it right here. But we got the EU meetup happening for those who are in EU. That needs to be updated too.
Yeah,
that's going to be in Vienna, but you can get a hold of Mr. Jag. We're going to have an Arkansas meetup. That's the Pikeland meetup, September 25th with Pizza Rat. surrealgray@gmail.com. Go check that out. We got the Honolulu meetup on September 11th for anybody who's making it over to Honolulu on September 11th. Go check that out. You can get in contact with Veronica, vdoming2@gmail.com. But head on over to CanaryCryMeetups.com to get all of that info. You said we have a thing from Kimberly about Oregon.
I'm pretty sure we got a note in the last week, and I can't find it. You
gotta search Kimberly.
Okay, well, I'm trying.
You're
to
right.
do
I'm
both.
not seeing anything either. Maybe it came over on the Proton Mail. But okay, when we track that down, if there was indeed a note about the Oregon meetup,
maybe it was in a chat. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, send it to the email, Kimberly, if you can, if there was something.
Okay. Oh, she said no plans for future Oregon meetup.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So we can take it off the website for now.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Thank you
right.
very much for the update, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Since that has been a mystery every single
I
episode
know,
for
we
some
keep missing
reason.
it, yeah.
All right. Also, remember to, hey, if you're looking for a social media network, not just a page, but a social media network, you can go to CanaryCry.Party, join CanaryCry.Community. A lot of people are a little confused. We do have a Facebook page called the Canary Cry Community you can join, but if you go to CanaryCry.Community, that is an off Facebook, no Zuckerbergs allowed, special social media network that is just for Canarians. You can join that, meet other Canarians online. It's cool. It's all Canary Cry all the time. That's CanaryCry.Community. There's also, if you're a Discord chat person, you can find the Discord channel, and you can find all the links to all that stuff, including the newsletter sign up, become a producer thing, all the good stuff, everything you need Canary Cry related is at CanaryCry.Party. So go to it and share it with your friends. All right, I think that's it. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, we're going to do some, we got to read some reviews, right?
Oh my gosh, Gonzo! You are correct. I can't believe I almost forgot it. You're right. It's time to read ratings and reviews. Okie dokie. Thank you to everybody who left ratings and reviews. I will say, after the adjusted review amount for this week. We didn't quite hit the 5 reviews that we are looking for. And I know somebody out there is thinking, oh, dang, I was going to leave a review and I forgot. Or I just thought somebody else would do it. Well, it's your fault. We only got 4. I do want to thank They Dwell Beneath the Temples. Looks like they reposted their review, and we appreciate that very much. I don't think that counts towards the algorithms, though, but I want to give you a shout out again for that. But we have new reviews, and the first one, Gons, are you ready?
Yes.
This one's from Vladimir Vlad, 5 stars. Number 1 news radio talk show podcast. Number 1 news radio talk show, according to the anonymous sources closely associated with the matter. If you are confused about the current events and motives of our elite leaders, you obviously haven't listened to this podcast. Brazil and Gons will help you make sense of things in the light of biblical prophecy. Thank you very much, Vladimir Vlad, for that 5-star review. Next, we have OG Augusta Richard.
You know what?
Augusta Richard. What?
Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You didn't count you counted They Dwell Beneath the Temples reposts, or you didn't count it because it was a repost.
That's right.
Okay, I got it. All right, got it.
So we have 4 new ones, which is good, but not quite the quota. But thank you to those who did it, including OG Augusta Richard, who says 5 stars. It is that good. I, like most people, am usually pretty busy trying to survive this fallen world. However, I have made listening to the podcast a priority. I listen to every show because it is that good. You would benefit from Basil and Gonz's insight into world events. Listen for yourself. Thank you very much, OG Augusta Richard. I hope I'm saying that right. Next, we have a 5-star review from Mad Scientist 68. Don't eat me, Hillary Clinton. ITM Mad Scientist 68. If you haven't heard these guys, you're truly missing out. This is not your average podcast repeating the mainstream news or the same old conservative Christian talking points. No siree, Bob. These guys have their own opinions informed by well-established sources provided during the Canary cast. Finally, these guys have a talent and chemistry from knowing each other for so many years that you just don't see every day. Give it a try. I promise you'll be glad you did. It's a big promise, but I agree, Mad Scientist 68. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mad Scientist 68. I wonder if he's a mad scientist.
Probably. I mean, it's on the internet, so it must be true. Next up, this is a 5-star review, Gons, from user named Basil is Hot.
Ooh.
Woo! We got a fan. Okay, thank you very much, Basil is Hot. Wow. For some reason, I looked Canary Cry Radio up on podcasts and discovered you guys. It actually just popped into my head one day. I've listened to every episode for the past couple of weeks. You guys are the best. I've watched Age of Deceit and have stumbled across your YouTube streams in the past, so I am familiar with the show, but it truly was divine intervention since it's been at least a few years since I've seen it and was never into podcasts until recently. You guys make me laugh and cover the stories I see on other forums and give great insight. Thank you. You're welcome, Basil is Hot. Thank you. And of course, thank you to They Dwell Beneath the Temples for hitting us with that repost of the review there. But if you're out there and you just haven't left a rating and a review yet, what are you waiting for? I know you're out there. It's really easy to do, especially if you leave it on Apple Podcasts. If you have an Apple device, just search Apple Podcasts on your device. Every Apple device has it. It's a little purple icon. Click on that, search for Canary Cry News Talk, subscribe, of course, and then leave a rating and a review. That's stars. Some people just give the stars, you know. They'll click 5 stars but not leave a review. And that's nice. I mean, that's better than nothing. But if you're already doing that, you might as well write some words and leave a review for it. It's very important. I know it's hard to, it may seem trivial, may seem like not a big deal for you. But when we hit a certain amount of reviews every week, it really kicks those algorithms into overdrive and shares the show with people who have never seen it or heard of it before. So So it's a really effective way for the community of Canarians to come together, leave ratings and reviews, and make those robots go out and scoop up other potential Canarians and show them the show. It goes a really long way. And when we do hit a few, it's usually around 4 or 5 reviews a week. You see it in the charts. It just blasts it out. We get so many new listeners because of these ratings and reviews. So it's really up to you guys, man. We have no control over this, but we're so grateful to those who leave ratings and reviews. That's why we read it on the air, and it's always fun and helps out the show. And I have to read your review on the air, word for word, even if it's not nice, which sometimes they aren't, but please don't do that. But thank you for everybody who leaves ratings and reviews. Go do it. Do it right now. It just takes 2 seconds. Leave a rating and review on Apple Podcasts. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quick review of the charts, Gons. I'll just run through our top 100s. We made it to the top 100 in news commentary for the following categories across the world. We were top 100 in the United States of America. Booyah. Top 100 in Canada. Well, top 50 in Australia. Australians waking up. What's up, Australia? Top 100 in Norway. Oh, so close in Switzerland, 102 in Switzerland. But South Africa, top 100. Hong Kong, top 100. Singapore, top 100. Finland, top 100. Nigeria, top 100. Belize and Malawi, all top 100s. Thank you guys very much. And that's all thanks to our international and local listeners to the show tuning in all week long. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I just want to note that we did break 3,000 subs on our YouTube channel, our backup YouTube channel that we started just weeks ago.
Yeah, so. not quite the Face Like the Sun 250,000, but people are starting to find it.
Yes.
We did it last episode.
We did?
It was between last episode and this episode.
Yeah, no, it was literally like last night or this morning. Yeah, I mean, we're at like 3,016 now. So yeah, just past it. So
thank you very much. And continue to share it out with YouTube as much as I personally am not, I'm not too excited about YouTube, but a lot of people all over the world rely on YouTube for this kind of stuff. And so we appreciate you guys showing up and sharing the channel.
Yep. Okay. Guess it's time to wake up. You ready to wake up? I'm ready to wake up
now.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
And we're going to kick off the last segment of the show with a little clip here.
Geoengineering.
And Chuck Schumer did a little press conference. And I love how just the logic of why we should pass certain legislations or certain bills. Here's Chuck Schumer standing with de Blasio and other New Yorkers.
Global warming is upon us. When you get 2 record rainfalls in a week, it's not just coincidence. When you get all the changes that we have seen in weather, that's not a coincidence.
You're not supposed to say
global warming is upon us.
It's really driving in the global warming, if you pay attention.
Botching this.
Global warming is upon us, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse unless we do something about it. And that's why it's so imperative to pass the 2 bills, the infrastructure bill and the budget reconciliation bill. The second deals with climate change and will reduce the amount of carbon we put in the atmosphere by 50% by 2030. The first bill deals with infrastructure, and built into that infrastructure is something I have started fostering with Sandy, that we don't just build infrastructure, but we build resilient infrastructure. So when these floods or fires or anything else occurs, they are much more resistant. Woe is us if we don't recognize these changes are due to climate change. Woe is us if we don't do something about it quickly, both in building resilient infrastructure and going to clean power, whether it's in homes, in electricity, in transportation, to stop the global warming or at least reduce its awful effects on this country.
I didn't know global warming only affected our country, and also because woe is us if we don't pass those bills.
Who's the Sandy he's referring to?
I think she's the lady standing next to him.
Who is that?
Is it the new... Hold on. Who's the new mayor in New York? What was her name?
That's Hochul. I don't think that's Sandy.
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
Okay, well, it's somebody.
Oh, you know what? I think...
I was going to say, because Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez used to go by Sandy.
Well, there's also the...
but it would be weird for him to call her Sandy. That can't be right.
I think he's talking about Hurricane Sandy.
No, he's sponsoring a bill with somebody named Sandy. Hurricane Sandy, that was like a decade ago.
43 die as deadliest storm since Sandy devastates.
Yeah, I understand. I also just Googled Schumer and Sandy, and it came up with Hurricane Sandy. It's got to be that woman next to him.
Let me see.
That infrastructure is something ICE has started fostering with Sandy.
He fostered it with during Sandy in 2012, I think is what he said.
Wait, play that again. Go back a little bit.
Yeah.
Something ICE has started fostering with Sandy. That we don't just build infrastructure, but we build...
further. What does he say before that?
By 2030. The first bill deals with infrastructure, and built into that infrastructure is something ICE has started fostering with Sandy. That we don't just build infrastructure, but we build resilient infrastructure.
Maybe he does mean Sandy.
He does mean Sandy. I'm guaranteeing you that in 2012...
Hurricane Sandy saying in 2012 in Hurricane Sandy, he started fostering infrastructure.
Yeah.
Huh.
Let's see what Schumer did in 2012.
Weird. Probably nothing. He's not done anything. No, that is so weird. Okay, all right. What a strange man he is.
Yeah, Schumer Menendez to introduce comprehensive legislation to reduce taxes on those impacted by Hurricane Sandy. That's not nothing to do with infrastructure.
It's not infrastructure.
Towards cleaning it up. Okay, well, that's probably what he meant. I don't think he meant somebody named Sandy.
Yeah, okay.
Unless they've anthropomorphized the storms. You know, they see it as gods.
Yeah, at this point, anything's possible. Hold on. I got this cat who's freaking out. I got to let him out of the house.
You let the cat out. I will move on to the next thing here, which has to do with Afghanistan. And we don't really have a jingle for it. The closest thing we do have is the politics jingle.
It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now suck politics. Your blood.
And this is a Fox News article that was mirrored on MSN. The headline, Taliban fighters upset, feel betrayed that U.S. military left non-working helicopters, report. It says here, it's not long at all. It's very short. Taliban fighters are feeling angry and betrayed Wednesday after discovering that Afghan National Army helicopters abandoned at Kabul's airport have been rendered inoperable by departing U.S. troops, according to a report. An Al Jazeera reporter who toured a hangar on the military side of the airport said in a video that the terrorist group, quote, expected the Americans to leave helicopters like this one in one piece for their use. Quote, when I said to them, why do you think that the Americans would have left everything operational for you? They said, because we believed it is a national asset and we are the government now, and this could have come to great use for us, she continued. It's a very strange way to the strange logic is what I'm trying to say. After being asked, why would Americans leave that for you? And actually, I think it kind of tips the hat for the kind of deal that they had already made. You know, it's almost like they're revealing that maybe some shadowy parts of the U.S. government, mainly the CIA, had made a deal with the Taliban, and some of those promises were broken. Meanwhile, let's see. The U.S. Department of Defense spokesperson told Fox News on Wednesday that, quote, "We demilitarized that equipment at Hamid Karzai International Airport prior to our departure. Meanwhile, the Taliban are hoping to get the commercial side of the airport reopened for flights in the coming days," Al Jazeera reports. The flight carrying the last American soldier departed Afghanistan on Monday afternoon, marking an end to a nearly 20-year U.S. military presence inside the country. Quote, "There's a lot of heartbreak associated with this departure," CENTCOM Commander General Kenneth McKenzie said of the closing down of evacuation operations. He acknowledged, quote, "We did not get everybody out that we wanted to get out. In addition to the people left behind in Kabul," McKenzie said the U.S. also left behind equipment such as the CRAM, that's counter-artillery and mortar system that was used to shoot down rockets, as well as dozens of armored Humvees and some aircraft. The general added that the equipment had been disabled, and in the end, none of it was mission capable. So there you go. The Taliban upset that the U.S. didn't leave operating gear. And Basil, the quote from the inside when this Al Jazeera reporter asked the military side here, they said, when I said, "Why do you think the Americans would have left everything operational for you?" They said, "Because we believe it is a national asset and we are the governments now, and this could have come to great use for us."
Yeah, right. I know. Well, that's kind of been part of the problem of this. I mean, our entire time in Afghanistan is the American public are told one thing, but the relationship that the military and our government had with all sorts of different groups in Afghanistan were a little bit different than we were sort of led to believe.
Yeah.
As a lot of that been coming out recently, that it was more of a relationship with the Taliban and other sort of warlord groups that had been fostered by, giving them our tax dollars and pharmaceuticals and all sorts of stuff just to maintain good relationships. And I think I do believe that the Taliban are sort of referring to a relationship that they may have had, and possibly even a deal struck where, maybe they were told like, "Hey, we're going to leave all this stuff behind, and you can have it. It's a national asset. Go ahead and take it. It's yours."
That's kind of what I said, was that it reveals the kind of relationship they had, especially with our intel. I can imagine the CIA saying like, "Hey, we're going to leave the stuff for you," and they expected something that would be of
don't worry,
great use to them.
Because we know that Trump's deal and the CIA's deal with the Taliban was like, "Hey, don't hurt any American troops. We're going to pull out. Don't attack anybody. Don't do anything. It's going to be more trouble than it's worth to you." Probably included in that was, "Okay, we'll just pull out. We'll leave you some stuff, but don't hurt us, and you can have some guns and helicopters and armored vehicles and." It's totally possible.
That, and I think it's interesting that, looking at it from the lens of propaganda in the U.S., domestic propaganda that was legalized in 2013 with Obama's Smith-Mundt. What was the word? Smith-Mundt?
Smith-Mundt
Modernization Act, which allows domestic propaganda to be spread in the U.S. This could be more of a because there's so much bad press on Biden concerning this. This could be like a, "Hey, we left a bunch of stuff, but hey, look, we left him stuff that doesn't work. See, it's we tricked them. See, it's ours. We did good." So I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
It's kind of earned some points there.
Yep. So as that continues, this type of stuff will continue to come to light and they'll continue to give away little clues about what our actual relationship was there.
Yep.
Let's check in with some, The Economist. So our New World Order messaging system.
A new world order can emerge. A new era. A new world order. New world order. New world order.
So part of what we like to do is keep tabs on how the characterization of non-mainstream narrative thinkers are being portrayed in the media. This is coming from The Economist, notorious New World Order messaging system. And the headline is "From Congo to the Capitol, Conspiracy Theories Are Surging." They have like a little pre-headline that says, "It's all connected, man."
It's actually, I think it's the name of the series that they're doing right now.
Fun. That's hilarious. Yeah. They're really putting a lot of energy into bashing conspiracy theorists. And the subtitle I thought was interesting too. COVID and the internet are fueling a global boom in bonkers beliefs. COVID is fueling, and the internet is fueling. I mean, it's just an interesting way to put it. In late July, less than a week after the British government lifted most of its remaining COVID-19 restrictions, several thousand people nonetheless gathered in London's Trafalgar Square to protest against lockdowns. Among the speakers were Piers Corbyn, brother of a former Labour Party leader, a climate change denier who thinks that COVID-19 is a hoax, David Icke, an author who believes that the world's most powerful people are secretly lizards, and Gillian McKeith, an advocate of colonic irrigation, who argues that a good diet is enough to stop the virus. A former nurse, struck off for spreading misinformation, compared medical staff who have been distributing vaccines to Nazis and suggested they be hanged. Such demonstrations have become common, not just in Britain, but all over the world. The pandemic has produced a tsunami of misinformation. In France, a documentary alleging that COVID-19 was invented by political elites as part of a conspiracy to bring about a new world order was watched 2.5 million times in 3 days. In America, the notion that COVID is a hoax has spread alongside a collection of feverish theories known as QAnon, which hold that the government is run by a secret cabal of pedophiles and that Donald Trump is a savior destined to defeat them. This is, in short, I can't believe they're still reporting on QAnon.
Oh, the QAnon stuff later on in this article is very interesting, how they have to kind of
wiggle it.
Yeah, they got to wiggle around some of the things there. But
these people are still stuck, like, I don't know. In internet land, they're stuck a century ago.
Yeah.
This is, in short, a golden age of conspiracy theories.
Did you know we were in a golden age?
We're in the golden age, man.
Of conspiracy
theories? Shouldn't they have more money if we're in a golden age of conspiracy theories? I mean, let's be honest. The internet makes it easier than ever to spread them. They are at least as common in poor countries as in rich ones. In Nigeria, many people believe that Muhammadu Buhari, the president since 2015, actually died in a hospital in London in 2017 and has ever since been impersonated by a Sudanese body double called Jabril. Okay, this is one thing that comes a lot in these like anti-conspiracy theorist reports. They're saying that, Nigerians believe that their president died and is replaced by a body double. Body doubles are real.
Yeah.
They happen all the time with leaders all around the world. It's just like a common thing. That's not crazy. But they give no attempt to be like, this isn't true because here's some evidence. I don't know anything about this conspiracy theory, but when you just saying that it exists doesn't mean that it's not true. But that's what they love to do in these articles, is just state a thing that you don't know about, and you're sort of led to believe that it's not true just because you haven't heard about it. So, okay. In India, Narendra Modi's government has alleged that Greta Thunberg, a teenage Swedish climate activist, is part of a global plot to defame his country's tea. The idea is widely held across the Middle East that the attacks on September 11th, 2001 were false flag operations plotted by Israel. or just some Jews. Of course, many people hold beliefs that are ludicrous yet harmless, such as the idea that Elvis Presley is alive and living in Kalamazoo, Michigan. A conspiracy theory, however, is something more specific, a belief in a secret plan by a small number of powerful people to harm a larger group of ordinary folk. Such theories are, according to Qasim Qassam of Warwick University in Britain, first and foremost forms of political propaganda. Huh.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. I'm not propaganda. You're propaganda. Their power lies in giving people an explanation of the world that blames their misfortunes on their enemies. Okay, welcome to America. But they are usually nonsense, and they tend to make rational politics impossible. Their ability to motivate people is what makes them dangerous. Conspiracy theories have existed throughout history. Tinfoil-hatted Romans concocted the myth that Emperor Nero had started the Great Fire of 64 AD. I thought that was like a pretty well-known historical fact. Or is it just
it's conspiracy, man.
Just the longest-lasting conspiracy theory in the world?
Yeah, man.
I've never heard. I learned in school that Emperor Nero started the fire. Is he making the point that conspiracy theorists are correct? This is confusing.
Well, notice how long of a time span they jump from the first example here in 64 AD to the next one.
After the printing press was invented in the 15th century, one of the first bestsellers was a guide to the evil plots of witches. For centuries, Jews have been accused of scheming to murder Christian children. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, published in the 1900s by Tsarist propagandists, broadened the charge to world domination. Freemasons, communists, and the CIA and the European Union have all played starring roles in conspiracy theorists. To get a sense of how they infect politics today, a good place to start is the Democratic Republic of Congo. In few countries is creating and spreading conspiracy theories so deeply ingrained. Almost all politicians, including the president, have espoused them at one time or another. They, quote, contribute to a narrative of mobilized people.
To mobilize people,
says Chris Burwoutz, a Belgian academic. By using a conspiracy theory to whip up a mob in the streets or in the countryside to attack a neighboring tribe, a politician generates pressure he can use in negotiations with other leaders. At his home in Kinshasa, the capital, Valentin Mubaki, an aging politician, lays out the country's most common conspiracy theory. In his telling, Congo's current problems began in the mid-1990s when Paul Kagame, now president of the neighboring Rwanda, organized a fake genocide of his own people, the Rwandan Tutsis. That gave him the political cover to take over Rwanda and then to invade Congo at its weakest moment. Quote, a mafia was created for the balkanization of Congo, he says. Tony Blair and Bill Clinton, they worked with Kagame. The West prepared their war and Kagame did the job. Everything he says was organized by the United States. What a crazy idea. Even though our own CIA people admit to toppling these regimes all the time. The UN, yeah, exactly. The UN, he alleges, commits massacres and spreads diseases such as Ebola to keep the plot going. He's making an interesting point, and we'll see what else happens, but he's making an interesting point here that conspiracies come from politicians. It's like, yeah, we can all agree that politicians often tell lies or mistruths to control the population. Is this not ringing in any way relevant to you, author of this article? Mr. Mubaki's alternative history of Congo is widely believed at a meeting of a young middle-class poets in Goma, a big city in the east. Your correspondent asked how many new people who believed in the theory. Everyone in the room raised a hand. Such ideas do tremendous damage. Hatred of Rwanda fuels ethnic violence, particularly against Congolese Tutsis. The belief that Ebola is a foreign plot has led militias to storm clinics and liberate patients, thus spreading fighting the disease. People refuse to take COVID-19 vaccines for fear they are part of the plan. Conspiracy theories, quote, literally kill, says Rodriguez Katsuva, a Congolese journalist who co-founded Congo Check, a fact-checking website. Why do people believe them? One reason is that some conspiracies turn out to be real. That is a very good reason. The Economist.
Oh, man.
I love this. This is great.
It's always so good.
And these crazy people are sometimes right. Oh, no. In Congo. Wow, they're really focusing on the Congo.
They love Congo.
You know, this is an interesting way that they've staged this article. By focusing so much on the Congo,
it's racist.
They're sort of trying to disconnect the conversation from conspiracy theories that Americans might believe or have anything in. But conversely, they're talking about things that we would have no idea if they are correct or not. Yeah. I mean, they're talking about this guy working with the U.S. government and the CIA and Bill Clinton. And it's like, yeah, that totally makes sense. What are you talking about? Anyways, in Congo, Patrice Lumumba, the country's first prime minister after independence from Belgium in 1960, was murdered by separatists with the support of the CIA and Belgium. Mr. Kagame obviously did not fake the Rwandan genocide, but he did invade Congo using a local rebel boss as a frontman. Nazi Germany staged a false flag attack before invading Poland in 1939. In the 1960s, the American government planned one as an excuse to invade Cuba. Other conspiracy theories, while false, feed on real-world anxieties. There is no pedophile deep state, as QAnon adherents believe, but Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile, two pedophiles in America and Britain respectively with ties to politicians, lived untroubled by the law for years.
That's their tiptoe. It's like,
what
no,
an interesting
Jeffrey
thing,
Epstein and Jimmy Savile don't prove...
Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile have nothing to do with pedophilic politicians. I mean, they're best friends with politicians, and politicians rode on their planes to their private island, and politicians went to their secret parties, and they have pictures with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile and politicians. But no, these politicians knew nothing about the pedophiles.
That's like
two sentences. Two sentences they give to that.
That's like Michael J. Fox dancing to the gunshots in Back to the Future 3 in the bar.
Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Savile were both protected explicitly by pedophiles in their respective states, but no, the politicians had no idea about the pedophilic deep state. Such fear. I mean, it's just silly.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously we're biased. I get that.
Sure, but it makes me wonder
it makes it so ridiculous.
Well, it makes me wonder if the Economist are run by some pedophiles.
Yeah. I mean, who
makes
knows?
me wonder.
We're not saying anything libelous.
Just
but
wondering.
It is weird. Just weird how it's two sentences making leaps in logic and ignoring a lot of evidence.
Yeah.
They care so much about evidence. Such fears are tapped into by clever salesmen. William Coles Hill, a young politician entrepreneur,
or Cole Schill.
Oh, it is Cole Schill. I like Cole Schill. Yeah, William Cole Schill, a young political entrepreneur. What is a political entrepreneur? Travels around London with a camera live streaming footage from usually tiny protests to a YouTube channel called Resistance GB. He argues that COVID-19 is a plot to justify communist government. Crazy. His channel has 48,000 subscribers and is growing fast. It gives him a modicum of fame and has a button for donations.
Oh no, a button for donations.
Evil. You mean he's not selling out to advertisers?
Also,
he takes donations?
Also, to be featured in an Economist article about conspiracy theories leads me to believe, or at least speculate, the possibility of a controlled opposition here. Why would you give him the attention?
A very interesting point. And especially with 48,000 subscribers, like there's way bigger channels that you could pick on here.
Way bigger, yeah.
Other political entrepreneurs sell Crank Goods, an online anti-vaccine network probed by the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, a watchdog. directs users to websites selling heavy metal detox spray, blah, blah, blah. Now we're conflating sort of the pseudoscience, alternative medicine with, looking into conspiracy theories. The appeal of conspiracy theories is partly rooted in human psychology. Studies show that people consistently overestimate their ability to understand complicated systems. They think that they can explain the world they live in fairly well, when in fact their information is quite limited, found Leonid Rosenblit and Frank Keel, two psychologists, in a paper published in 2002. Conspiracy theories helped. I wanted to make a point there, but I'm going to finish this paragraph. Conspiracy theories help people find meaning in a disturbingly random world, reassuring them that bad things result from the machinations of bad people rather than just bad luck or their own mistakes. Okay, this is an appeal that we hear often, which is people believe in conspiracy theories because they don't have control of their own life, so it's
they need an explanation.
Everything's random, so they make up stories to make sense. Which, on a basic psychological level, there is a root of truth there. Mm-hmm. But listen to the way they put this again. Studies show that people consistently overestimate their ability to understand complicated systems. They think that they can explain the world they live in fairly well, when in fact their information is quite limited. So I do need to make a differentiation here. There is like the off-the-shelf conspiracy theories that oftentimes are sort of the entry point that people start questioning official narratives. But I think true conspiracy theorists admit that these things are so deep, so wide, so complicated, and so secretive that you couldn't fully understand them. And that's where I find myself now, and I believe you would agree with that, Gons, where, for instance, when we refer to things like 33, there's a lot of people out there who say, oh, I know what that means, and can spider off into seeing 33 in an article. I'm just using this as an example. See 33 in an article and have an explanation for exactly what that means and what is being communicated, whatever. My stance, and I think to a degree your stance, is that we know 33 is some sort of messaging number, but when we see it in an article, it doesn't mean we know the entire plan from seeing 33 in an article. And that comes with maturity in questioning official narratives and realizing what is this? Something smells fishy. This connects to a lot of other power structures. That's very interesting. There's some influence here. Who benefits from it? The true sort of mainstream narrative questioning mindset versus sort of off-the-shelf conspiracy theories. Does what I'm saying make sense to you?
It's making sense. I think the point to be, or at least agree with, is that there's not enough information to know for certain, which is true. I think a lot of people point out patterns. With your 33 example, we'll point out the pattern. Or the 666 laws recently. The pattern is something to point out. The true underlying reasoning for it, we may never know. Yeah. But the pattern is public. So we can point it out and say, hey, look at these patterns.
And who are we to be 100% certain of the plans of elites? There would be no way. And that's what bugs me a little bit. And I can sort of connect with the sort of thinking they're bringing here in this article, which is when somebody makes a YouTube video, and we've all done it to degrees, and I'm not saying they're like bad people or ignorant or something, but you got to be careful for you must note the level of certainty that people who question official narratives bring when they are presenting a theory, because they are really theories. Until all evidence is there. And by evidence, we mean evidence, not It's like circumstantial weird stuff.
I will also, just to kind of move on from that point here, or put a bow on it, so to speak, I will also say that the people writing this article, or the person, and the study here that was done by Rosenblitz and Keel, the two psychologists, in a paper published in 2002, couldn't find anything more recent. They don't have all the information, and they are also making a sweeping generalization by suggesting that, they think they can explain everything when they don't have any, their information is limited. Well, yeah, also your information is limited. How did you scour the endless rabbit trails of information and books and everything people have published to put forth an argument for a conspiracy that exists?
That is exactly the point that I was also going to go into. So thank you. We're on the same page.
Right, good.
Being, I'm just praying for the day where we can read one of these anti-conspiracy theorist articles and be like, oh my gosh, this guy actually gets it. This guy actually understands how this develops and what the mindset is behind it.
Yeah.
Because they are all working on their own conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a conspiracy theory to say this Congolese president made up a conspiracy theory in order to control his people. Oh, you mean you think the Congolese president conspired to create a conspiracy? Like, it is such a ouroboros of conspiracy thinking. You have these quote unquote conspiracy academics who operate on just as much conspiracy thinking with just as bad reasoning. I mean, the reasoning behind it is, well, why would the president make up a conspiracy theory? Well, because he's an elite that wants to hurt normal people. Well, didn't you say that that's what conspiracy theorists think? Wait a second. Yeah, you're right. Like, he didn't take 1 second to realize that he is doing exactly what he is reporting on other people doing. I mean, it seems, I don't know. It seems just so blatant to me. It's so on its face blatant. He didn't take another read through this article and have an existential moment thinking, oh my gosh, I'm exactly like these people that I'm
No, they're not going to do that. Because you know why? Because they have, and I recognize the Rosenblit and Keel 2002 study.
Yeah, we've touched on it before.
We've touched on it. I mean, only because I think for whatever reason, the category of sources to support this type of thinking is all the same, apparently.
Yeah.
But no, they're not going to think that. They're not going to realize that because they have the ivory tower holding them up. They're too lost.
Appeal to authority is the only thing they have. And appeal to authority, one of the most famous logical fallacies. Just because authority says it does not mean it's true. And that is the only thing they have.
Yeah, and we're seeing that attitude and mindset play out to an extreme at this moment with different people.
And you see it with the Biden administration and the Democrats with the conspiracy of the January 6th insurrection. And after 8 months of investigation, they come out and say, oh, there was actually no plan behind this. There was no yada, yada, yada. Now, of course, the FBI is saying this, and there's its own conspiracy theory behind that. But the Democratic Party, the Biden administration were conspiracy theorizing about a secret plan to overthrow the government on January 6th. And it turns out to be a conspiracy theory that's not true. Like, it's just I know we're getting worked up here, but it is just so blatant. I cannot believe. And of course, it's just working off of the same biases and the want to believe that there's some secret cabal of conspiracy theorists who are trying to hurt people. So, to that degree, you can give them a little bit of a break. They're sucked into the same trap they're trying to spring on others. But it's truly crazy. And again, we love bringing these articles because, number one, we want to give them a chance. I'm waiting for one of these mainstream anti-conspiracy theorist articles to really get me. If there's a moment that I'm reading this on the air and it really happens and it really makes sense and it's not just the same repeated circular logic drivel of every single conspiracy theory article, I will be the first to admit, oh, they got us there. But so far, it's nothing, complete nothing. The rest of the article, they talk more about Congo. They get into it. They talk a little bit about January 6th and talk about Trump, of course. It goes exactly how you expect it to go. They talk about you can't mandate truth. They talk about the attempt to censor Facebook. And
we're back with a live look inside the U.S. Senate chamber.
And the Twitter suspension of 70,000 QAnon accounts. Then it goes into another method is to debunk the theories, the approach taken by Mr. Katsuva at Congo Check. He founded the organization in 2018 with 2 other local journalists at a time when massacres were being committed in northeastern Congo amid widespread misinformation about an Ebola outbreak. The number of such fact-checking websites worldwide grew from 145 in 2016 to 341 this year, according to Duke University's Reporters Lab, a journalism center. Yet fact-checking sites tend to win fewer readers than the conspiracy bugs. No other talk about fact-checking. No talk about fact-checking sites getting in trouble for getting paid to write stories. No other talk, nothing. That's the one paragraph. The other method is to debunk the theories. There's some websites. Moving on. It's like, okay, so they're really not focusing on anything, because it would just be wonderful to have somebody debunk some conspiracy theories. And we enjoy the debunking conspiracy theories so much. That's why we have the debunker bunker. We do it here.
Yeah.
Because some of them do need to be debunked, and we do it. Ultimately, conspiracy theories are believed when authorities are not trusted. Again, the circular logic. To combat them, politicians have few options other than to govern transparently and well. 3 centuries ago. Oh my gosh. 3 centuries ago, Jonathan Swift wrote that falsehood flies and the truth comes limping after it, so that when men come to be undeceived, it is too late. The jest is over and the tale has had its effect. Even the best governments may not beat conspiracy theories, but they can give them a run for their money. Can they? I don't think they can, economist. I love it. To combat them, politicians have few options other than to govern transparently and well. Okay, well, I think that is a perfect quantitative example of how many of our politicians are governing transparently and well. If conspiracy theories are so prominent and so diabolical, as you say, and the only way to combat them is for politicians to be transparent and good politicians, I think that says more about our current politicians than it does these freewheeling conspiracy theorists. Again, the logic of this argument is politicians are bad and evil and secret, not transparent, which you could say they are opaque or perhaps secret, doing things in secret like a cabal of doing conspiracies on the world. Okay, you get it. You get it. Thank you, The Economist, for making all of our points for us. Really, The Economist does a better job of revealing the truth about our world than we ever really could, Cons. And they do it on accident.
They kind of dox themselves.
If only we could stumble into such eloquent phrasing of how to tell you that our politicians are all evil and all secretive and et cetera, et cetera. All right, that's all I got. What do you got next?
Well, we're going to land the plane here with DNA/Days of Noah.
'Cause I'm DNA.
But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
ScienceAlert.com. Biologists just got closer to the DNA secrets that stop species from interbreeding.
Okay, kind of weird. Okay,
all right.
Are they seeking to overcome this? Do they want to have?
Why would they want to overcome it?
Yeah.
We think of DNA as a vitally important molecules, or as the vitally important molecules that carry genetic instructions for most living things, including ourselves. But not all DNA actually codes proteins. Now we're finding more and more functions involving the non-coding DNA scientists used to think of as junk. A new study suggests that satellite DNA, a type of non-coding DNA arranged in long, repetitive, apparently nonsensical strings of genetic material, may be the reason why different species can't successfully breed with each other. It appears that satellite DNA plays an essential role in keeping all of a cell's individual chromosomes together in a single nucleus through the work of cellular proteins. According to biologist Madhav Jaganathan.
Nice, nailed it.
Or Jaganathan, and Yukiko Yamashita, who authored the new study, that important role is managed differently in each species, leading to genetic incompatibility. The clash of the different strategies between species may be what causes chromosomes to scatter outside of the nucleus, at least in part, preventing reproduction. Quote, we propose a unifying framework that explains how the widely observed satellite DNA divergence between closely related species can cause reproductive isolation, they write in their paper. This, quote, satellite DNA divergence has been well established in previous research, leading to suspicion about its role in speciation. In the case of the chimpanzee genome and the human genome, for example, the protein coding DNA is almost identical, while the junk DNA is almost entirely different. In this new study experimenting on the fruit fly Drosophila melanogaster. Oh boy. The researchers noticed that deleting a gene which produces a protein called PROD, which binds to a specific bit of satellite DNA, caused the flies to die as their chromosomes scattered outside the cell nucleus. However, the crucial bit of satellite DNA is missing altogether in the flies' nearest relatives, which survive just fine without it. That suggests these important non-coding sequences of DNA material have evolved differently between species. To take a closer look, the team examined hybrid offspring bred from a D. melanogaster female and a male from the closely related D. simulans species. Flies bred in this way usually die very quickly or end up sterile. In this case, an examination of the tissue of the hybrid offspring confirmed what the researchers had suspected, that the chromosomes, the DNA packages necessary for reproduction, were being disrupted here as well. Quote, when we looked at those hybrid tissues, it was very clear that their phenotype was exactly the same as if you had disrupted the satellite DNA-mediated chromosomal organization of a pure species, says Yamashita, who works at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Quote, the chromosomes were scattered and not encapsulated in a single nucleus. Digging even further, the researchers produced healthy hybrid flies by removing the genes known to damage hybrid offspring, called hybrid incompatibility genes, from their parent flies. These incompatibility genes are known to localize in satellite DNA in the pure species. Satellite DNA mutates fairly regularly, and the researchers think that the proteins that bind to satellite DNA to keep chromosomes together have to evolve to keep up. This then gives each species its own different strategy when it comes to satellite DNA operations. Next, the team wants to try and design a protein that successfully binds across the satellite DNA of two species, keeping the chromosomes where they should be. That could enable viable offspring between those species, but it will take years to realize. Quote, our study lays the foundation for underlying hybrid incompatibility at a cellular level in Drosophila, as well as other eukaryotes. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Eukaryotes.
No.
Eukaryotes.
I think it's eukaryotes.
Eukaryotes? Yeah. Okay. So, bottom line, I don't know if you've read the Bible, Basil, but it says that God made each after their own kind. Mm-hmm. And throughout this article, it's explaining why that is and how we can get around it.
Oh, good.
Looks like they've started the process of figuring out how.
Let the age of the chimeras begin.
And if you don't think that we're living in days that seem to be as it were in the days of Noah, I don't know if I can help you. Because this is the intermingling of species, of kinds, so to speak, is what caused the flood.
Very interesting research, but to what end?
I know. There are these barriers between different kinds of species.
If only
we must tear it down.
If only
tear down the barriers.
Down the barriers between species, then true equality among the beasts could emerge.
I mean,
it does have kind of a weird sort of social justice-y thing, like, why can't my dog breed with my cat? It's just wrong. It's just so intolerant that my
you know what it is?
My lizard and my parakeet can't be in love.
It's Yukiko Yamashita's boyfriend, like, dumping her or something, and then her being stuck with her dog thinking, you would never betray me.
Oh my gosh.
I would have little half doggy children.
God,
if I can.
The misogyny, the latent misogyny is shining through. It's really incredible.
But yeah.
That is very interesting, and it is a big, I mean that is a very big breakthrough that they're making there, and one that will have ultimate consequences as far as, I mean, people are so worried about, the species of the world dying out and the ecological problems, the imbalance of nature. Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and just release the mosquitoes that inject the interspecies mating DNA that just allows everything to go completely haywire. This is a great storyline for like a science fiction novel. What would happen if suddenly on Earth all species could breed with all other species?
Well, I think, there's a lot of we are one type of mindset with, you think about the hive mind, you think about, that kind of thing. I believe it would be in the interest of the hermeticists and occultists to basically bring all species, we are already one. Mm-hmm. Let's make it a physical reality, and to mend all species together to create one race of being. You know what I mean? Like the Earth race, and we will all have the characteristics of no more racial barriers. Those are the old days. We are in the golden age now, and not only are we intermingled with all races, but all animals and all living things. We are all one. It's a very new age type of thought.
Yeah, it would just take some sort of alien savior to come down and tell us that this is the way things are supposed to be. Yeah,
you're just supposed to mend together. You're all supposed to mingle into one thing, and all is one. All is one.
Yeah.
So one world. The one world government. It wasn't just a political thing. It was a species thing too. So
yeah, that's very interesting, and I think that's a great place to head on out of this show and let people have a nice weekend. But Gons, we could not end the show without breaking news.
Oh, great!
McDonald's unreliable ice cream machines reportedly under FTC investigation.
Oh, I did see that, yeah.
The United States Federal Trade Commission is taking McDonald's ice cream machines constantly breaking seriously.
You know what this is?
It's sign of the times.
No.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
The robot cops are coming for Flippy the ice cream machine.
No. Flippy is going to replace. The Flippy is going to replace the ice cream machines.
machines replacing machines. That's how intense the robot takeover, folks.
They are exposing the frailty.
Not even the robots are safe from the robots.
They're exposing the frailty of the old generation of robots. It's time for the Gen Z robots. I don't know what to call them.
You must upgrade. You have become irrelevant.
All
Thanks,
right.
everybody. That's our show for today. Make sure to tune back in on Monday, September 6th. We'll be doing a little bit shorter and hopefully earlier show that day, just to give ourselves a little bit of a Labor Day something or other going on. So just expect that. It'll be, knowing us, it'll probably still be super long. But
we'll try to keep it down.
Expect that. We're going to be trying to keep it down a little bit just to give ourselves a little breather on Monday, but we will be here. So don't go anywhere. Make sure to stay subscribed, or if you haven't done it yet, subscribe, like, and turn on notifications.
Oh, yes.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
That's right. All right, folks. Well, there you go. We'll have episode 385 on Monday. And remember, it's a value for value model, folks. The show only goes if you make it go. And if you've been listening to the show for a while, maybe 1 episode, 10 episodes, however long you've been listening, consider how much value you've gotten out of it. And, don't let it go for too long before you put value back in. You don't want to get comfortable being a money changer. So please consider becoming a producer for Monday's show. And I want to thank all the producers for today's show, episode 384 of Canary Cry News Talk. Those are our executive producer, Dame of Rivendell, and also our producers, M. Nelson, Autumn W., Aaron J., Faye Liverin, Lou H., Maureen M., Michael G., Inkspot, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Laura C., Juan A., JC, Big Tank, Chi B., Veronica D., Scott K., Dalton H., Brandon W., Pizza Rat, Gail M., Daniel S., Ciara, and Runk Smash. And of course, thank you to our time stampers, our jingle makers, and our artists. It takes all kinds, folks. It's a family affair around here, and it takes a whole worldwide team of producers to keep this show moving at the pace that we're moving. I mean, well, we're shooting for 12 hours this week. I think we hit 12 hours of content this week, which is pretty impressive, if I don't say so myself. So if you want to become part of the team, please become a producer by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT, or if you don't like that, we got CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support.
That's right. Become a producer today, and make sure to be thankful for the producers who have come before you. Let's see, but you can produce in all sorts of ways if financially is not in the cards for you. If you're a creative person, you can create art, create jingles, create music, create whatever it is you create it. Do it for the show, by the show. We'll feature it on the show, and you can send that to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com or CanaryCryRadio@protonmail.com. Also, Randy and Bob. Message going out to Randy and Bob. If anybody knows Randy and Bob, make sure they give me an email. We got to talk, Randy and Bob. You're making moves. I need to talk with you. Thank you, Randy and Bob, especially. But you can also help out the show by rating and reviewing. That's right. We're shooting for 5 reviews, ratings and reviews. 5 of them. Come on. There's 5 of you out there. Let's leave ratings and reviews. Please, please, please help us activate those algorithms to share the show with people who have never heard of it before. Think of it. Your rating and review. You think you're just taking 2 minutes out, helping out your buddy Basil, but you could personally be responsible for like hundreds of new people finding the show, which not only benefits the show, benefits their lives. And if they become producers, it benefits your life because it keeps the show going. Look, it's a circle of life. What Wow, I really got off there. What was I talking about? Oh, share the show with your friends and your family, please. Not only your friends and family, you can share it with people on the internet. Press the share button, put it on your social media, go retweet all my tweets, please. But it really works. You might think that you don't have anything in common with those crazy internet people, but a lot of times you share the show. They go, oh my gosh, this is the best show ever. Thank you so much. They will thank you someday. They will thank you. There's other ways to share the show. You could take the podcast, download the podcast. You can put it into a panini maker. Make a panini out of the podcast. Just grill it right into a delicious sandwich. Serve it up. You can charge like $7 for paninis now. Now you made $7, and that sandwich that has the podcast in it gets eaten by one of your favorite customers, and now they have the podcast inside of them. Suddenly they're sleeping at night, and the podcast is playing in their dreams as the cheese in their belly is digesting, and the podcast is inside them. They wake up and they start screaming, "Think outside the cage! Think outside the cage!" That's right. That's one way to share the podcast, but you can share it in any way you want, including to your friends and family. And we like to call it Rattling Cages. And if you have any other questions or need instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Anything to say, Gons? Do you have any questions about the whole Panini podcast thing?
I did give a weird look on camera there. I was very...
I think that's a pretty good one. Go ahead and make a podcast, Panini. All right. Any last words before we go?
I was going to say, ask Noah.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
I'm pretty tired. I need to go.
That was, you get a chance here to say last words to the people.
Yes.
That's okay. No, that was a good one. That's a real thinker. All right, folks, thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Are you sassing me, bro?
Sassing you, bro.
You're sassing
I'm
me.
a sassy boy. That's like my thing. Bad boy of podcasting. So sassy.
Okay.
Bye.
Vaccine. Vaccinations.
I am vaccine. Billions.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
I am vaccine.
I do kiss people on the forehead.
State federal health officials.
Screw you, freedom.
Come on, man.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact.
Anytime.
Fun fact.
I am vaccine.
Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
Aborted feces.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
Screw your freedom.
Safe and warm in my people's zoo. Aliens. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo.
I do whatever.
You in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
State and federal health officials.
I do kiss people on the forehead. I do kiss people on the cheek. I do kiss people on the hand. I do hug people, men and women. We will hunt you down and make you pay. I do this, folks.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles. Everybody loves waffles.
Make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Vaccinations.
You, in my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths. We will launch a new